Morning and Assalamu alaikum to all our participants here today in the international workshop on cybersecurity landscape in OIC countries, issues and prospects. Before we begin the inaugural session, I would like to welcome the guests for the inaugural session. We have the guest of honor, Major General Mr. Abdul Rahman. Thank you, sir. Also representing Huawei, we have Sir Lucius Chang Nunchai, the Chief Security Officer, Middle East and Central Asia region. We also have the CEO of Huawei Technologies Pakistan, Mr. Sun Shaofei, and the Deputy CEO of Huawei Pakistan, Ahmed Bilal Basir. So thank you very much for being here for the inaugural session. Furthermore, I would like to thank and welcome the dignitaries present here today. We have ambassadors present here from Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Morocco, Iran, and the Deputy Head of Mission from Northern Cyprus. Apart from the dignitaries, we also have international representation from various third organizations, including Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Turkey, and Nigeria. So I welcome you all to today's workshop, and we will officially begin the inaugural session with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
First off, for the opening remark and an introduction to the workshop, I would like to invite the advisor, OIC COMSTECH, Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain. Please, sir.
Guest of honor, Major General Retired Abdul Rahman, Mr. Sun Shaofei, Ahmed Bilal Sufi, and Mr. Lucius Chang from Huawei. Excellencies from the diplomatic corps, distinguished resource persons, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. While welcoming you to this national workshop on cybersecurity landscape in OIC countries, issues and prospects, let me say just a few words on the idea behind the workshop as the focal person of this activity. This workshop is organized jointly by COMSTECH and Huawei Technologies. And for those of you who are not as much familiar with COMSTECH, COMSTECH's mandate for the OIC is to arrange scientific and technological cooperation between member states to develop their capacity in various spheres. And so in this context, obviously, cybersecurity is a key area of our concern and of the OIC, since, as you're well aware, in the digital cyber age and the digital age, protection of data and security of data and information has acquired a very key significance. So in that context, we see cybersecurity as a critical area of our concentration. And so we are very grateful to Huawei for lending support to this activity by bringing together the experts from different parts of the OIC member states and to share their experiences and their various initiatives. As mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Asif, we are privileged to have representation from across the globe, representing the various geographical regions of the OIC, extending from Malaysia in the east to Turkey in the west, and from, of course, Central Asia and Africa. We also have representation, and of course, from the various bodies in Pakistan. And we sincerely hope that the chill of the Islamabad weather will be more than offset by the traditional warmth and hospitality of COMSTECH and Pakistan. Let me just say a few words about the workshop structure. Besides this inaugural session, which will have a keynote lecture by the distinguished honorable guest, we will have 4 technical sessions and a panel discussion between today and tomorrow. And there will also be a roundtable closed session participated in by the representatives of the different countries and chaired by the CG of COMSTECH. So the objectives of the workshop, of course, are to share the experiences, the challenges that have been confronted by the different member states, and how they have devised policies and instruments to face those challenges and to overcome those difficulties. And of course, we have Huawei representing the technology and the measures of today and of the coming years in the future. So we have not only this, we structured this workshop so that it will have representations from the 3 major stakeholders in this cybersecurity issue, and that is the government representatives or policymakers who devise the policies for cybersecurity. Then we have representation from the business and commercial sector, people who utilize cybersecurity, who need cybersecurity, and some of those also develop cybersecurity. And thirdly, we have representation from the academic sphere, that is the academicians who devise new protocols and new techniques and new technologies for the cybersecurity. So that's basically the outline of this workshop, and I sincerely hope that you have a very fruitful and meaningful interaction, and you leave here with a greater not only understanding of the challenges, but also you're able to forge the kind of cooperation and partnerships that COMSTECH seeks to endeavor to develop between the various member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for providing a brief introduction to this workshop. Up next, to welcome our guests, I would now like to invite the Coordinator General of COMSTECH, Professor Dr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, for his welcome address.
Distinguished guest of honor, Major General Hafizur Rahman, Chairman, Pakistan Telecommunications Authority, Professor Dr. Khurshid, my dear colleague, as a professor, Mr. Sun Shofi, Chief Executive Officer of Huawei Technologies, Mr. Versus Chang, very active Chief Security Officer, Middle East and Central Asia. In fact, his build and body represent that he really is someone who can secure not only the cyberspace, but also physical space. And very distinguished colleagues, particularly the ambassadors. And it happens that in last 3 weeks, I was in Pakistan, -6 degrees centigrade, Morocco, Mediterranean weather, was in Mashhad, Iran. It was freezing and a lot of snow. And of course, many of these countries have shown the excellence in science, and we are so proud of their achievements. We have delegates from various national and international agencies, particularly the heads of cybersecurity national agencies of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the result of a very productive interaction. And Chairman Ecoscience Foundation, sir, please come forward. This is the result of this event. Is one of many programs which we intend to initiate, which we have initiated with Huawei, technological giant, an organization which not only work for the business, but for the benefit of human family, and we are so proud of our interaction with them. We are very pleased that we have developed a very comprehensive framework of cooperation with Huawei, that we have signed an MOU, which is both bilateral and multilateral. And in this connection, we intend to organize cybersecurity capacity building events in Africa and Central Asia. So there is a comprehensive plan. We also discussed just outside that we may think of organizing OIC Cybersecurity Ministerial Summit, Ministerial Conference, which can then help many OIC member states to develop their own cybersecurity framework. Ladies and gentlemen, today's interconnected world, cybersecurity has emerged as a critical concern for nations, businesses, and individuals. As mentioned by Dr. Khalid, the rapid advances of technology has brought unprecedented opportunities, but also introduced many vulnerabilities and threats. And therefore, it is extremely important that we watch out, develop capacity and infrastructure to save ourselves, our businesses, our privacy, and our sensitive information from extremely sophisticated and more educated cyber criminals. For the OIC countries, ensuring robust cybersecurity measures is essential to protect digital infrastructure, safeguard sensitive information, maintain national security, and create credible business ecosystem. This international workshop is of paramount importance as a platform for experts, policymakers, and practitioners to discuss the current cybersecurity landscape in OIC. Let me tell you that many OIC countries do really need a lot of capacity in terms of the infrastructure and training, as well as at policy level. This event will enable us to identify the pressing issues, share best practices, and explore prospects of enhancing our cybersecurity framework. By doing so, we can collectively work together to build a more secure and resilient digital environment for the OIC world. COMSTECH being the OIC's premier institution, in partnership with OIC CERT, which is a specialized institution of OIC, this is Computer Emergency Response team, established in 2009, is playing an important role in advancing cybersecurity within the OIC member states. We aim to achieve this by organizing stakeholder meetings, policy dialogue in different regions of OIC, and capacity building program for all the stakeholders. Currently, OIC countries are in the nascent phase of technological development. Cybersecurity for them is a matter of life and death, and thus occupies a central place in OIC's plan of action, which is the central document on which OIC is currently working. In the context of theme of event, I'm pleased to announce that we would implement this comprehensive framework of cooperation with Huawei technologies for the benefit of OIC countries and the people. Ladies and gentlemen, COMSTECH-oic Standing Committee for Science and Technology Cooperation is one of the institutions which comprise of 57 ministers in 4 different continents and represent 2 billion people. So it is 1/4 of humanity, extremely important component. OIC is the second largest body after United Nations and thus has its own political and economic leverage in the world. COMSTECH programs covers a wide range of initiatives, including research and development, capacity building, and fostering international collaboration within and outside the OIC world. We strive to create an environment where innovation and technological advancement can thrive without the fear of being exploited. We at OIC are trying to achieve the following in our member states: consistent and bipartisan political support for the cause of education, science, and technology, sustained and increased expenditure on all levels of education, as well as research and development. OIC, as you know, spent 0.43% as compared to 1.85% of the global average, which is optimally very low and certainly deserve to be improved as soon as possible. Greater women participation in science, greater share of R&D expenditures on emerging and disruptive technologies, and more emphasis on patent and IPR protection. Most importantly, we need to harness the power of collaboration and inculcate the joy of learning and desire to seek out the scientific information our bright young people. To achieve this, the COMSTECH has launched major programs, including capacity building and technology-oriented fields such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data science, and others. COMSTECH is also organizing technology exhibitions, and the next one, Technofest OIC, is planned in Astana, Kazakhstan. They're also in discussion of a similar exhibition to be organized in Tehran, Iran, along with annual innovation exhibition of Iran. COMSTECH is the custodian of OIC technology and innovation portal. I invite you to kindly visit that and showcase your technologies and services. I'm sure that you would find a lot of global audience. COMSTECH manages the largest scholarship program in the entire OIC system, with 1,000 scholarships for Palestinians in partnership with APSIP and COMSTECH Consortium of Excellence, Science and Exile Fellowship Program for displaced researchers in collaboration of TWAS and UNESCO, Women in Science Program, Biotechnology and Virology Training Program with ICGED and Republic of Indonesia, and many more. COMSTECH has granted over 400 research grants to young researchers of 32 OIC member states. COMSTECH Health Africa Health Program is playing an extremely important role in capacity building in healthcare infrastructure in African OIC member states. Most importantly, COMSTECH is connecting countries together so the interdependence eventually lead to a productive collaboration. OIC 15 is one of the initiatives of COMSTECH on the invitation of Kazakhstan government, and the next meeting would be held in Tehran. I'd like to conclude my comments with the quotes of Nobel laureate Professor Abdul Salam. Developing countries differ from developed countries not only because they have less wealth and capital, but because they have less knowledge. And he said, scientific thought and its creation is the common and shared heritage of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's work together to lay the edifice of our development on knowledge and unleash the creative potential of our youth. After all progress without education, science and technology is just a pipe thing. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming our esteemed guests and briefing the audience of the various programs of COMSTECH. Up next, I would now like to invite the CEO of Huawei Technologies Pakistan, Mr. Sun Shaoqi. Please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed two-year chairman and coordinator general of OIC, distinguished guests, it gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today at this historical workshop on cybersecurity hosted by COMSTECH. We are at a key moment in our technology journey, and I'm honored to share insights on a topic of cybersecurity that is not only crucial for our industry, but also essential of the safety and the security of our society. Over the years, we have witnessed remarkable advancements in technology. The world is rapidly turning digital, transform how we live, we work, and connect. This transformation has brought about incredible opportunities, but also introduced significant challenges. With the development of digitalization, the demand for robust cybersecurity has surged. Cyber threats are becoming more critical, targeting not just large enterprise, but also small business and individual users. As a technology leader in the ICT industry, the responsibility for cybersecurity is inherent to our mission at Huawei. We understand that with innovation comes the responsibility to protect our customers and communities. At Huawei, we maintain high standards for cybersecurity to ensure that we provide safe technology and products not only to customers, but also to the end users. To fulfill our commitments, we have implemented several key initiatives. We have developed a comprehensive safety framework that including risk assessment, threat intelligence, and incident response. This framework guides our approach and ensure we stand ahead of the emerging threats. We invest heavily in the R&D to create cutting-edge cybersecurity solutions. Our team are dedicated to explore new technologies such as AI and machine learning to enhance our security capabilities. We actively collaborate with government, industry partners, and cybersecurity experts. By working together, we can strengthen our defense and create a safer digital environment for everyone. As we look to the future, we must recognize that cybersecurity is not just a destination, but a continuous journey. It requires constant vigilance, adaptability, and innovation. We must also invest in the next generation of cybersecurity professionals by nurturing talent and fostering education in this field. We can definitely meet tomorrow's challenge. In closing, I want to say that cybersecurity is not just a technical challenge. It is a fundamental aspect of our digital lives. Together, we can create a secure digital future, ensuring that the technology serves as a force for good. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to engaging, discussing, and collaboration during this workshop. Let's work together to shape a safer digital landscape for everyone of you. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now for the keynote address, I would like to invite our guest of honor, the Chairman, Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, Major General Retired Mr. Fizur Ahmed. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, Bilal, Dr. Saab, students, and LSS, the diplomats, the guests, the academia, the media. Very good morning, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, really I'm honored and thankful to the Quad Journal for inviting me here to interact with such experienced and knowledgeable people. So let me acknowledge from very outset that I am not expert of the field. But based on my, age and experience, maybe I share some my own, what has been happening. I think it's a very critical subject for all of us, cybersecurity. Because once I was doing engineering, we used to have 3 F6 and 4 F6 people. And that's how I think. But today, everything has the word tech, agri-tech, finance, fintech, education, health, economics, Baikia, food panda. So everything has a technology. It means the world has evolved, and we are in an era where technology is everywhere. So once you are digitizing yourself, mentally or physically, you are more vulnerable. That's for sure. And that is, I think, a concern for all of us to absorb, embrace the technology, and ensure the safety and security and resilient network as well. I think this is the subject which is very critical for all of us. But I would like to pass a comment which I learned from my teachers. They say in the cyber world, there is no free product. And if the product is free, then you are the product. So we should be mindful of the cybersecurity field. Today, if you see the cyber is threat ranging from ransom, phishing, personal data, which is a gold mine, we call it, to the state actors. So it is ranging from, I would say, a very minimum level to the national and international level. And I believe, as a old engineer, that today everyone is carrying a tactical nuclear bomb in his hand known as mobile. So everything and everyone is vulnerable. So how to protect it? It's very important, I think, for all of us. And I think this subject cannot be handled alone by an organization, establishment, even by a country. So you need collaboration to join hands with each other. And sorry, maybe Huawei doesn't like my comment. Frankly speaking, the country would not like to give you that technology that you need. So you have to develop yourself. Any technology which is given to me by most of the country will be obsolete or will not meet my requirement. So I have to ensure that whatever I need to work in collaboration with a company like Huawei, whatever company considers, but to ensure that my own requirement is also met, which is very important for us. So, this cybersecurity, I think PTA, along with the industry, with the government, realizing this threat, what we did, I think I'll just give a few words, then I can focus more. We wanted to, have some cybersecurity frameworks, regulations that I'm sure we'll be talking next 2 days, which should align to the international standards. So the first of this kind, I think, where PTA started was the It was the Critical Telecom Data Infrastructure Security Regulation, known as CTDISR 2020. It was a kind of a guideline or foundation for the telecom sector, how to protect their critical data infrastructure. So this was the kind of, I would say, there must have been much more regulation, but it was a kind of a serious effort by the PTA along with the industry and the government. Then subsequently, we took another initiative. That was, I think, National Cybersecurity Framework 2022. The purpose was that how the telecom sector can adopt the best practices to ensure that they can manage their risk in the telecom sector. In last year, I think 2023, we issued cybersecurity strategy for 5 years. This strategy has 6 pillars in itself, and I'm sure it must be available online. More than that, I call it, there are regulations, there are frameworks, there are policies, how to convert them into actionable items, which is very important. What action has to be taken at what forum? So realizing this, the Pakistan Telecom Authority, they established the National Telecom Security Operations Center. I think it was one of the good initiative by the PTA. And another thing was the telecom CERT. So these two initiatives, where we integrated the telecom sector with our SOC and CERT, and maybe some of you, like Malaysia, sitting here, Bhutan, other countries, our CERT is also connected to the regional service, where we share the advisory and the best practices with each other. We went a step ahead with the collaboration and the courtesy of the telecom sector. We started, based on those framework and regulation, to conduct the cybersecurity audits of the telecom sector. So last year, I think we conducted 59 audits of the telecom sector. How we do is, we have hired some companies, they conduct the security audit of those companies. We shared the observation with them, and we revalidate their weaknesses you call observation, to ensure that the observation mentioned by them, noted by them, are addressed by the telecom sector. What is the purpose? Then I said the purpose is how to make our digital landscape more secure. This is the only purpose. And I think it would have not been possible without the full support of the government and especially telecom sector, because it has to be a giant collaboration between two parties, PTA and the telecom sector. So what is the outcome of this? If I look at as a head of the PTA, what is the outcome of this initiative by the PTA? Alhamdulillah, last year, Pakistan, there is the IT Global Cybersecurity Muslim Index, GCI Index, and Pakistan ranked the last 2 years was 79 in the world, and this time we are 40th in the world. So it means we have, grasped almost 30 countries in the cybersecurity domain. Why I'm saying this? That those policies, frameworks, regulations were converted into actionable item that in the GCI index, Pakistan ranked 40th. It's also called as role modeling countries. So Pakistan has reached to that, it's considered as a role model. We were also aware of the DNS security. We wanted to improve that area as well. So Alhamdulillah, it was surprising even for us. In the revalidation, Pakistan initially, our marks was only 27%. But this time, in DNS security, the marks we got is 82%. So that's how, working together, we have been able to improve this sector as well. So what are the challenges? If somebody asks me, what challenges are we facing today? Technology is evolving. So we have to keep abreast ourselves with the technology. We can't be stagnant that, okay, our network is secure and that's all. So we need to understand, I think Dr. Iqbal referred that AI, blockchain, quantum computing, these things are coming in. We have to embrace them, but it's bringing itself challenges to us, to how to address this. I think this forum, although it's my first time that I have listened to OIC, it's very encouraging that you all are sitting together with a noble agenda, how to work together. I think as a PTA or as a regulator, I think one of the area where we can start immediately cooperation is the CERT. Where the threat, sharing, intershare can be done immediately, like we are doing today with the Malaysian CERT. I'm sure your excellencies around here. The other, I think we can have a joint seminar workshop for knowledge sharing with each other. What are we doing, what Malaysia is doing, what Turkey is doing, what Iran is doing, all Nigeria is doing, all the diplomats sitting here. I think we should have more frequent interaction on this subject, informal interaction. To exchange the experiences of each other, what kind of threats are emerging, coming to us, how to mitigate those threats, how to share the knowledge with each other. It's a very important, I think. These framework, I think we must be studying, working today and interacting with each other. The framework policies, regulations, the different countries are working in. This may be a good forum where I think such kind of a regulation framework we can work together. Let's see what is the common agenda for us, what is the common goal for us. So I think in the area, it's again, at the outcome could be they work on the different frameworks together, sharing their framework with each other and sharing the experience through the documentation, I think. I'm sure the head of this workshop must be working on this. I'm not aware of what has been happening till now, but I think we should have a certain center of excellence at such level, at the OIC level, a kind of regional level, where we can have research and training of each other. That the start my remarks is you have to develop technology for yourself. It's only possible we have joint collaboration amongst ourselves with academia as well. Where Turkish, I'm sure of the diplomat will second me. I visited Turkey. I saw a very interesting phenomena which has started in Pakistan as well. In their universities, you will find the industry offices there. But if you go to any between university in Turkey, Ankara, Canberra, you will find Aselsan office there. So they start their project from there. So that's how joint collaboration take it to a regional level. I think where we can work together in this field. So what are we doing at PTA level? I'll come back again to PTAs. We are working with the NOST as well, with HEC, with the partner like Huawei and other stakeholders, how to improve and how to make our telecom sector more resilient, safe, and secure. I am sure that today workshop or tomorrow 2 days workshop want to sit together. At the end of the day, I think we will have something in our hand in some kind of a policy takeaways, where in some quantifiable, gauge, you will be able to work together in this field, working together in the cybersecurity domain. I think we can, while working together as the OIC forum or whatever regional forum, I think we can make this digital landscape more safe, secure, and resilient for our future. As I said, today everybody has a technical nuclear bomb in his head. How to ensure it is safe, secure, and resilient. And this is very important even in the education institution as well. I'm going a step ahead. Until and unless we take this information to the grassroots level, the fake news is taking over the entire, masses. And unfortunately, if you go to the psyche of the human being, the psyche says that 70% fake news are more acceptable than the correct actual news. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. So we need to, I think, work together more frequently, interact in this field, go to the grassroots level, understanding. Because until and unless myself, I am not aware of what I have to do, policy will not work. So it is the man who has to, ensure himself where I have to work, what is required for me. So unfortunately, if I'm not aware, we normally say, what is going to happen even if I click a button, what is going to happen? It happens a lot, but we do not understand. So sorry, I think I spoke more than what I was supposed to be. So once again, thank you so much for all of you, especially for inviting me to a very critical subject, very close to our heart. to make our future, I think, resilient and safe. And it is only possible, I repeat my statement, through grand collaboration at the regional and OIC level. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative and insightful remarks and for briefing the audience with the different initiatives of the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority. This marks the end of the inaugural session. Before we leave for the group photo, I would once again like to thank our esteemed panelists, dignitaries, participants, both physical, virtual, and the media for covering this event. We will now move for a group photo outside. So please, I would welcome all the ambassadors, participants for the group photo. Welcome back, everyone. Now we will start the first session, post tea break, and it will be on introduction to Huawei technology. And for this presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Aziz, who is the Director of Public Relations at Huawei. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can all hear me. I would like to start off by thanking COMSTECH for inviting us and organizing this whole event. It is indeed, a first step toward many for developing proper cybersecurity laws and mitigating those threats affecting our societies in our everyday life. So today I'd like to introduce to you what Huawei is. When I tell people that I work for Huawei, the first question they would ask me is, what is the new cell phone that Huawei has in the market? So I would like to tell you that it's not just the cell phone that we work with. There's plenty of other stuff, and our history goes back to about 25, 28 years, where Huawei has been leading the technical industry globally. So just a few introductory slides. We are present in over 170 countries. We have offices in over 170 countries with more than 200,000 employees working across the globe. So within a 24-hour span, there's a Huawei person. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude, at every airport in the world, there must be one Huawei person traveling from somewhere to another city, trying to support the overall communication infrastructure in the world. Our strength is the indulgence of our human resource into R&D. As you can see, we have around 55% of our workforce involved in R&D, and that's the reason why Huawei is succeeding in these past years. We are number 4 in global R&D investment in the globe. And our motto is to bring digital to every person, every home and organization to develop a fully connected, intelligent world. Again, coming back to the sectors that we work for, basically 3 main sectors. We have the consumer business, where we have our smartphones, our wearables, telematic devices, etc. Then our main core business is our carrier business, where we provide the network infrastructure for these cellular networks to work efficiently. And then the third business unit that we have is our enterprise business group, where we provide ICT solutions to all vertical industries. For example, the healthcare vertical, the education vertical, the finance vertical. In all of these verticals, we have various solutions which incorporate into your everyday lives. So just to give you another number, 1/3 of the world's cellular population is served by Huawei. Now, in Pakistan, we have been here for around 25 years now. This is the 25th year of Huawei in Pakistan. We moved here. Actually, it was the first country out of China where Huawei established an office, and that was 1998. We established an office in a small house in Sector F7. And today we have 2 offices across Islamabad and various other offices in all cities of Pakistan. We've been working in the carrier business group. We operate and work with all the operators across the country, providing them solutions to cater for their end clients. In the enterprise business, we have been enabling the digital transformation of all verticals and the government of Pakistan. And then recently we've developed a new service which we call the cloud and digital power. So Huawei is moving towards green energy and greener solutions. Just to give you a few more numbers, we have over the years created more than 10,000 job opportunities across Pakistan. This is not directly just by Huawei, but also all the organizations involved in working with Huawei as well. All our subcontractors and all the people who help ensure that those networks work efficiently. We have trained over 100,000 people across these years. And local procurement, just in Pakistan, we have done over $1.5 billion of local procurement. And tax revenue generation, which is of huge importance to the government and their functions. So we are proud that we are one of the largest, maybe we are the largest tax-paying organization in the telecommunication sector in Pakistan. So, over here, I'd like to tell you a very interesting story. Over the years, Huawei has been working with all the operators and all our customers in Pakistan, which has led to a demand in technical workforce within Pakistan. And in Huawei globally, the #1 nationality is, of course, Chinese. And after Chinese, the #2 nationality working across the global offices is Pakistan. So this is a proud moment for all of us, being Pakistanis, and we really take pride in this. And going from there, we established that there is a need for engaging these Pakistani technical resources into development of or betterment or optimization of networks that are happening globally. So Huawei has 4 global service centers across the world. And out of those 4, one is located right here in Islamabad. So there are engineers working in an office in Islamabad supporting 4 major regions across the globe. And their network optimization is being done by a Pakistani engineer sitting in Islamabad. So this whole GSC operation has helped us create more than 2,000 jobs and those job opportunities for young engineers across the country. So this is another huge achievement that I would like to mention over here. Now, over the years, we've developed some stories of success, some stories of dedication, some stories of bravery. And I would like to share those stories here with you to emphasize how Huawei is operating. So this picture, if you can see it clearly, it represents that Huawei is everywhere across this country, from the north to the south, from the east to the west. I would like to, highlight some important projects that we've done geographically across Pakistan. In the north, we deployed the highest altitude fiber in the world, connecting Pakistan and China. And this was a fiber optic cable of around 400 kilometers from Rawalpindi to Punjab at the China-Pakistan border. It was a very difficult project. Execution was not very easy because most of you would know that these areas are covered with snow, 10 feet of snow, half the year. So it's only a very small capacity of time that we have available that we need to deploy this project. In the south, recently we had a very devastating flood, and the city of Karachi was under 8 to 10 feet of water. Certain areas in the city of Karachi were under 8 to 10 feet of water. And Huawei engineers, they worked tirelessly. They even hired rafts to ensure that the network for the people was restored. Major network was restored within 24 hours. So this is another story of dedication. How Huawei engineers, they ensured that, the services are met to the end client. In the central, how we have impacted through our safe city projects. Pakistan over the years, unfortunately, has been seeing or going through a wave of, unwanted incidents. And those incidents inspired the government to increase the vigilance. And Huawei stepped in with our solutions, and we deployed the Safe City project in Lahore and in Islamabad and various other smaller cities in Punjab. So this is another, major milestone where we have impacted the daily lives of people. And this project reduced the police response time from 40 minutes down to about 12 minutes on the average. Then this is another very interesting story. During COVID, most of our engineers, they were working remotely. So there was one engineer, his name is Shahid. And Shahid was supporting one of our customers in the northern region of Pakistan. So while Shahid was, supporting the network from his home did not have a proper network in itself. So he had to climb a mountain, a small little hill behind his house, to ensure that he has the reception available. And then from there, he used to support the network optimization. So, we named this story One Mountain, One Tent, One Man. So Shahid established this small little tent, and he made sure that his customer was served daily from that location. So this is a story of dedication, how our employees are dedicated towards ensuring that the requirement is met. Then coming down to villages, and the rural areas of Pakistan. I'm standing here in front of you, and I'm proud that we support more than 50% of the mobile wallets across the country. The networks behind those mobile wallets are again supported by Huawei. So it's not just the cell phones that we make, it's a lot of other equipment that we make which help support these economies to grow. Then remote areas where the human population is less. The government of Pakistan has an organization called USF, where Universal Services Fund, and their mandate is to provide or connect the underprivileged people across the country. So Huawei with USF in collaboration has helped deploy more than 3,000 sites in remote areas across the country. Which has brought 4G solutions to very remote areas of Balochistan, KPK, northern Pakistan, even Punjab. So this is another success story that we've had in the remote regions. Another thing which is linked to this is our project that we did with the education regulator in Pakistan. And we deployed e-classrooms across the country. 100 e-classrooms were deployed across the country. There are smart classrooms. So a student sitting, let's say, in Khuzdar in a university can connect to a lecture being delivered in Aga Khan, Karachi. So it provides seamless connectivity to those students to be able to attend top quality education and develop their skills. Then coming back to when I mentioned the GSC with you, so when we realized that there is a lot of potential, so we moved international. So Pakistan office is helping to optimize solutions for our customers across the region and across the globe. So this is another, and at the same time generating revenue for the country and providing employment. So this is a huge edge that we have in Pakistan. So again, a partnership across time, over the years, Huawei has also developed and overseen a lot of changes within our organization. If you can see 1998, that's the house that our office was in when we moved into Pakistan. And then in 2000, this building is still there. We have our office still there as well. This is the Saudi Park Tower, one of the iconic buildings of Pakistan, Islamabad. And, I myself have worked there for about 10 odd years. There were people before me as well. Some of them are sitting over here as well. So it brings back a lot of memories for all of us. And, throughout this time, now we've shifted to a new office. And this previous office we've retained for the Global Service Center, which is now supporting global networks across the world. So over here, I'd like to mention one thing, So just like me, I have spent quite some time in this organization. I've got two of my colleagues sitting here who are double my time probably. And this photo, it's commitment and drive with our staff. It's about why somebody who works in Huawei does not want to leave Huawei. Why do they come and they stay there? So this photo is of Mr. Shafi. When you guys are leaving today, Shafi would be standing outside. Shafi was the first driver of our first CEO in 1998 in Pakistan. And he's still there. He still drives the CEO every day from morning till whatever time the CEO is available. So, and he would, when you go out, you'll see him, he's wearing a cap. He's an old man now. So the first picture in the inset is of Shafi when he was a very young man and he joined Huawei. Now he's quite aged, but he's still there. Every day he still wakes up with a smile and he still comes to work. So this is a commitment that we have with our organization. And this has a lot to say about the Pakistani nation as well. If we take care of you, they take care of you as well. Then we would also like to highlight here that particularly the ICT industry has a gender gap. And Huawei ensures or tries to ensure that that gender gap is filled. So we believe in prosperity through diversity. And we believe that, engaging the other gender into our industrial solutions is the right way to go. And managing that gender gap is what is required in the day we live today. In this photo, you see four ladies, and all four of them are at leading positions within Huawei Pakistan. One of them is leading our supply chain department. One of them is leading our learning services department. The other is heading our legal department. And the last one, the Chinese lady on the right, is involved with our admin department for a very long time. Then we also believe in modernizing processes. When early 90s, late 90s and early 2000s, we used to go and move towards the government. The other day, I was seeing some of our proposals that we submitted to the government of Pakistan back in 2011, 12. At that time, we were talking to them about cloud computing. At that time, we were talking to them about artificial intelligence. At that time, we were talking to them about IVS and security and surveillance and these requirements and data centers. When this whole idea was alien to our part of the world. So we believe that we need to not only engage our customers through our solutions, but also take them along with us by training them. So a few years ago, we signed an agreement with the government of Pakistan where we were going to train 1,000 government employees to help digitally enable the workforce working within the government. We felt that there was a gap and that gap needed to be filled. And we felt that we as Huawei, as the leading ICT solution provider in Pakistan and the world, we felt that it is our duty to step in and engage with these people and make them elevate their work skills into providing better solutions, better services to the people of Pakistan. Recently, this year, although it's not part of the slide, but I'd like to share it with you, that we have been working with the government of Pakistan again to train over 300,000 students across Pakistan. And we have signed an agreement with the government of Pakistan where we are going to provide ICT trainings on various topics to the students across Pakistan. And we are going to train 300,000 people across Pakistan for this purpose. This story also engages or also connects to the previous one that I've been talking about. So I just met a gentleman from University of Karachi, and I was telling him that Huawei believes in bridging the gap between industry and academia. And we feel that, once some students, they join in as fresh graduates into our organization, yes, the theoretical knowledge is there, but sometimes practical knowledge of network optimizations and various other topics is missing. So that is where we engage with a lot of universities across Pakistan. And we have a global competition, which we call the ICT competition, the Huawei ICT competition. So what we do is we go to various universities across Pakistan and we run road shows and we register students into that ICT competition. And once those students are registered, they go for a competition and we filter them out. So every year, on the average, we have about 15,000 students who register into this competition. And from 15,000, we filter them down for a national final for 100 students. And out of those 100 students, there is a national finalist winner. So similar stories are happening in every country in the region. So all the national finalists, they then compete with each other for a regional global final. And then the regional finalists from across the globe in all the regions then compete with each other for a global final. So this is a very, interesting activity that we do every year. And I'm proud to say that in the last 10 years that we've been running this program, Pakistani students have always secured top 3 positions every year since 2013 onwards. So every year Pakistani students have secured that position. And this story, particularly, you can see a boy who's taken a picture of himself along with his school at the background, is of a boy called Bhagchand. He is from a very far away place in Pakistan, in Tharparkar. There's a small little city, it's not even a city, it's a village, it's called Kaspo. It's a story of resilience, it's a story of bravery, where Bhagchand, being born in Kaspo, did not have access to a metalled road to his village. Bhagchand did not have access to a regular cellular network in his village. Bhagchand did not have access to internet service. Bhagchand did not have access to furniture in his street. They used to sit on the floor and learn. But this boy, he was inspirational. He wanted to do something. And within those limited resources, and he was brilliant, of course, so he ended up getting a scholarship into a university after passing through his middle school and high school and everything. And that is the university where Huawei reached for a roadshow for the ICT competition, and he registered himself. Bhagchand went on to win the national final first position. In the regional final, he won the first position again. And, it's very proud for me, that in the global final, Bhagchand also won the first position in the Huawei ICT competition.
So, it's a story of inspiration for all of us and dedication as well. Today, Bhagchand is my colleague. I wish he wasn't in Karachi, otherwise I would have invited him here to stand in front of you and explain his story to you guys. So he was awarded a prize money of US dollars 20,000 by the President of Pakistan through Huawei. We organized an event there and we made sure that the president, invites him and gives that award to Bhagchand. So it's a story of inspiration for all of us, that somebody from that far out village in Pakistan can become a world leader, a world champion. Then, in the end, I would also like to show you that through the times, Huawei has also developed. So we've also developed our services. We've also developed our capacity in terms of delivering projects. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that there's a photo of a donkey delivering, or a mule delivering equipment to a site. And then, through those times, we've developed our processes, learned through our mistakes, and engaged our clients into delivering better projects and better services to all of them. So that's the 12 stories that we normally have for our Pakistan office. We would like to share with you guys. Now I'll move to the talent ecosystem part, where we really like to talk about as I said earlier, that we want to bridge the gap between industry and academia. So this talent ecosystem program covers a lot of that. So in the first ICT competition, this particular slide is about the ICT competition. So the last one, last year, we had 120,000 students participating within that competition across the globe. And this was the one that Bhagchand won in. So he won out of 120,000 students across the globe. He won the first prize. So this is another aspect of Huawei that we would like to share with you. This is the Pakistan ICT competition, So every year we have around, you can see first year we had 2,000, then 3,000, then 4,000. And last year we had 17,000. This year we had 17,000 students who registered in the competition. Although that's not in the slide over here, but we ended up winning the grand prizes, 2 grand prizes for the global ICT competition this year also in Pakistan. So currently the teams are for the next year competition, they're doing the regional finals in Saudi Arabia. So over the years, we've developed 46 ICT academies across Pakistan, where we go to those universities and we develop labs there, we donate equipment to them, we train their trainers, and we ensure that the students, they go through those trainings on the live equipment, get the certifications, and then go for their professional careers. So it gives them an edge in development of their careers across their lifespan. So, we believe that young talent, it creates future. We believe that it brings value to the people of the country. And we believe that enablement is very important. So I've already spoken about these things with you. So over the years, we've also enhanced our certification programs in Pakistan. And, anybody from academia can contact us, and we would love to have an association with your organization in terms of development of human resources and their certifications across their careers. Another program that we have in our talent ecosystem is the Seeds for the Future. So we believe, just like a plant, you'll plant a plant into the soil, a seed into the soil, and it will grow into a plant, and one day it will give you flowers. So the same way we believe in bringing these students, and so what we do is we have a select group of students every year from various universities across the country, and we take them into our portfolio and we give them a tour of our headquarters in China. So we take them around over there for a 15-day trip, and they learn by mixing around with other people from other countries, similar backgrounds. and they make friendships. And also, the core value is that ultimately we divide them into groups and we start making, giving them entrepreneurial project to create. And once, if certain group brings up a very nice project, Huawei also offers seed money for that project. So, we believe in providing that technical nourishment to every participant within this program. So, apart from this, we also have an internship program where we like to incorporate people, fresh graduates from different universities, come into Huawei, Pakistan, and every year we offer about 200 internships across our offices in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. And these are 3-month paid internships for those students, and some of them are then retained after that 3-month period is ended. So it provides, value to every person who's applying for these internship programs. Then we also go for job fairs. A gentleman just told me that they're running a job fair within their organization this month. I would like to, inform them that we would definitely be interested in participating. We are always looking for more talent. With our global GSC now working in Islamabad, we are looking for hiring and engaging the young generation. Over here, I'd like to share another fact with you that, Pakistan produces the highest number of 5G engineers. Although we don't have 5G yet in our country, we hope that we'll have it soon. But 5G technical experts, the highest number in the region are from Pakistan. So we go to all the major universities. We've got running programs with them in Pakistan, and we try to engage excellent interns into our portfolio. So this is again the 1,000 government training plan one. We've already trained over 1,000 people in this program, and we are now engaging, looking to train other organizations. So we've hired or we've engaged various verticals within the government, like the State Bank of Pakistan, NIM. We are trying to work with them to ensure that their workforce is also enabled for the coming years. Now, coming back to the topic today, it's cybersecurity. Although it's not entirely my topic. Imad is supposed to, brief on it in detail. But I would like to touch on it from a very layman point of view. So, 2,000 years ago, what did we have? We had land and we had labor to take care of. And, then we had the Industrial Revolution, and we had land and we had labor, and we had capital and we had some technology available. So, we started making cars, and organizations like Toyota, GM, Ford, Ferrari, Mercedes, these guys, they came up and we developed. And today we have land, we have labor, we have capital, and we have technology. But we have a fifth force, a fifth factor, which is data. And data is very, very important. How to protect it? 2,000 years ago, we used to protect ourselves by building castles and forts around our protected units. 200 years ago, we started going for wars. We had world wars, and we had wars with each other to try to protect all those technologies that we had. And today, how to protect data? Can anybody tell me, sitting in this room, that how would you, have your data protected in the age that we're living in today? Yeah, that's true. But main data is to be protected through laws, through cybersecurity laws. That's why we are all here today, to help our governments develop those laws, to help our governments develop those standards and adopt those standards to protect ourselves. Previously, 200 years ago, it was our cars and it was our technology that we were protecting. Now it's our data. Our data is everywhere. Everybody has it. We install one application into our cell phone. The data goes out to so many other people. I'm sure most of you sitting in this room would be getting cold calls, anonymous calls, knowing your data. And they would ask you, are you this guy speaking? I have a banking loan available for you, something like that. So, that data needs to be protected, and we need to have laws enabled in Pakistan and all our OIC member states to have that data protected. So one major technical way to protect this data is by developing resilience. This is the physical quality of data that we're talking about. So backing up of that data, backing up of that storage is very important. Then again, services now majorly work on data availability. On the right hand side of the image, you can see on the slide, you can see that the finance sector has the most amount of cost for downtime. So, for example, if a bank's network goes down, they are the most affected people. And why are they the most affected? Because your money is there, your data is there. So we need to have protection on these things. So this is another global example of how frequent attacks on critical infrastructure pose a security challenge for all these organizations. So there are examples, like in UK in 2023, the Royal Mail, they had a data leak. In 2015, a Ukrainian power supply system was attacked, resulting in a 3 to 6 hour power outage. Imagine for 6 hours there is a power outage and the government cannot do anything about it. So who is at loss? So, again, coming back to where I wanted to was that, we need to develop those laws, we need to develop those standards to protect our objects from cyber attacks. And this cybersecurity conference is of utmost importance over here for all of us. That we are all the people sitting in front of me right now. You guys are the brains who are going to help your governments develop these laws and these standards for implementing within their organization. Just to give you an example over here in China, there are 5 industries mentioned here: education, transport, e-government, manufacturing, and healthcare. And over the years in China, there's almost an 11% increase in the number of vulnerabilities across the Chinese, cybersecurity model. So what have they done to develop this? By 2023, China had promulgated over 140 laws protecting their data. 140 cybersecurity laws to protect different organizations and the people involved with that. So overall, providing that protection to the citizen of your country is of utmost importance for any government working across the globe. So you can see, I will not like to go into a lot of detail, but these are some of the standards that they have developed since a very long time and incorporating them into their everyday engagement with their people. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for bearing and listening to me. And I wish you the best of luck for the next 2 days. And, my colleague will have detailed information about cybersecurity to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative presentation on all that Huawei is doing, which I'm sure many of us were unaware of. Up next, Isra. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Imad Ahmed, who is the Chief Solution Architect for CNPG, Middle East and Central Asia Region Huawei Technologies, UAE. Please, sir.
Before we start into the presentation, somebody mentioned the word, suddenly I heard AWS.
Who was that? What was the reason for saying when we talk about the next frontier of security or next frontier of in terms of we're moving forward in terms of the vulnerability, how to protect, how would AWS, in your opinion? Perfect. That's good. So, being a hyperscaler ourselves as well, being someone who has worked, I'll just give you an overview. There's no slide about me on the deck, but I'll just give you guys a brief overview. My name is Imad Ahmed. I'm the chief expert for the Huawei ICT domain. I've been working at Huawei for now 20th year is approaching. Before that, I was working at Norton. Alhamdulillah, still the hair haven't gone gray, luckily. I'm a techie at heart. I cannot take a management position. I just somehow I try to weave my way, try to stay within the realm of technology, trying to have patents and stuff in my name as much as possible, and trying to do stuff that actually creates tangible value for not only the organization but overall for all of us. So, like in Pakistan's case, one of the most important pivotal projects that I was part of or architected was MNP, number portability. So the company behind or the technology behind it, it was something that was wrapped around, and I hold a lot of patience in that. So let's talk a little bit about, first of all, I'll use Sir's point on the word AWS, Amazon Web Services, or Azure, or whoever it is, whichever hyperscaler it might be. When we talk about cybersecurity, and I'm going to focus a little bit today, more on the side of 5G. But when we talk about cybersecurity, one thing that we need to keep in mind is data sovereignty. What you lose out or what you gain. There's always a catch. As the chairman of PTA, General Saab, rightfully mentioned, there is no free lunch. And if you're not paying for something, then you are the commodity itself. You're selling yourself in a way. So, in case of AWS and been working within the region, across different regions as well. One of the things is that you lose out on is data sovereignty, because at any given instant, for example, if I'm running a service, I pull up a container, a VM on the infrastructure, I pull up some service. I do not know which cloud it is running on. And I don't know where my data is because of the hyperscaler nature, reliability, redundancy that it has to provide multiple data centers. The service might be running XYZ anywhere. And that creates a risk in itself. And that's why we pitch, not only us, but also now you hear IBM saying this, and Azure also saying this, sovereign cloud, because data sovereignty is very critical. And in the presentation by my colleague just now, we were talking about in terms of next generation capabilities, of the most important pivotal new factor is data. And data sovereignty is very critical there. So today's session, what we'll do is we'll go over three different sections. We'll do an industry update. I'll get all of you guys up to speed on the industry updates and the network challenges that are faced. It will be as agnostic as possible. This is not going to be a session where you're going to hear about Huawei. I'm going to be talking about standards and specifications. So whatever comes across on, be it the digital media or the regular media, you are able to discern facts from fiction. You are able to understand what are the realities, what are the capabilities of, be it 5G, be it network technologies, be it where we are headed. Then we'll look at the security and resilience capability and structure that we have adopted as an industry and what is happening in that regard. Lastly, we'll look at the end-to-end network security part, where, yes, I'll just highlight that maybe like Huawei is doing certain aspects, how we are covering those aspects just as an example, rather than pushing a key message across. So, first of all, what's happening now? The number one thing is every device right now. There used to be a saying that in 2005, they used to say that a BMW M5 5 Series BMW, the computer that it had was more powerful than what the Apollo 11, the Apollo mission. The computing capability was more. Now, everybody, all of us, the devices we are carrying are like 100x capability in terms of what they can do in terms of compute, every terminal that we are carrying with ourselves, all the mobile and portable terminals. And there is a cloudification that is happening on the terminals themselves as well. So there's massive terminal cloudification, and then there is an external factor as well, the network and network on the network side, and external factor that is taking place in terms of those devices, as well as the threats that are from a man in the middle kind of a situation. So 3 things that are taking place simultaneously are, you've got a massive amount of devices, you've got the same network in the middle, where it's going through, going through a cloudification in itself as well. So most of the network services are over the cloud. And then you have got, on top of it, you've got the cooperation threats that are taking place because network partners, OTT, CSPs, the WhatsApp, Facebook, and all these worlds, that they are there as well. And then they've got, at the bottom, you'll see the industry threats that are present. Now, when we talk about all those threats, what happened? Thank you so much. That light was really annoying. 5G in terms on top of 4G. What's the basic thing that changed? There are certain risks that were always there in legacy radio technology. Let's go over, and I'll go from 2G to 5G. The basic fundamental reason and why certain entities in the world, they like to have a subscriber fall back to 2G. Because if you have a basic key in 2G case, you can monitor, encrypt, analyze, decrypt, analyze whatever traffic is being carried by that terminal, be it a call or basic data. So everybody loves to have devices fall back to 2G when they are rogue elements. In 4G, going from 2G to 4G, there's still one point at which there was a massive risk factor possible. That is your initial attack. When I turn on the device and I attach onto the network, your device identity, your SIM identity goes in plain text over here. So if I'm able to somehow capture that, I get some information. And then I've got someone in that operator's infrastructure, and I can get the rest of the keys. I can play with stuff. And there have been certain attack vectors and threats that have been tested and verified that can be generated to cover those scenarios. So in 5G, what happened was, the first thing that we did was on the encryption side. On the encryption side, we went and we are trying to push, and it's still not there. So inshallah, Pakistan enters into the 5G era in the next year or two. We go with the first thing that is happening is going towards 256-bit encryption. This allows us, that would mean that a person who's trying to break that kind of key would require a quantum computer, a hyperscaler quantum computer, not even a single compute device. Massive amount of quantum computers will be deployed. So that's one factor. So moving from 164-bit and 128-bit encryption to 256-bit. Air interface security, as I mentioned, you no longer carry identity over plain text. This was not there in 4G. Then you have got your, in terms of stronger privacy protection, in terms of the kind of security that you can provide, not only on the control plane or the communication plane where how the network is managing itself, but also your own traffic that you carry towards the network. So one fun thing that you guys, most of the people that I meet would not be aware of this is the user traffic that is carried is not encrypted. Only the controlling part is encrypted, even in 4G. So there is always a risk from within the infrastructure that somebody can tap. Yes, there's a huge amount of traffic that is going through, and to analyze or find out which packet is for which user is not that easy. But there's a risk. That risk goes away in 5G as well. So these two factors, in my personal opinion, are the most important things that secure 5G far better than 4G. And then, of course, you've got higher level of unification of user profiling. So you know who that user is, which was not there in 2G, 3G, 4G. It was always a silo environment. So every new technology would be another silo. And then two networks or two devices talking with each other, the level of communication that was happening. One factor that is enhanced in case of 5G is the case for cross-border or cross-domain security. So all the encryption and all the communication that is happening, all the roaming scenarios, they're highly secure. Now, when we talk about in terms of 3GPP, so when we talk about communication, telecom, basically, the most important entity or the global standardization body that we would refer to is called 3GPP. 3GPP is responsible for everything from 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G. Therefore, they are responsible for the ratification of all the specifications and standards. And they are the ones who will specify and verify anything that is requested. So as an operator or a vendor, we can put in a request, we can put in a technical requirement and technical specification. If it is ratified, it becomes part of the standard and becomes open to everyone. The best part about 3GPP is it's open to anyone. Today, you and me, we can start a new company, try to decide to make our radio network, core network, transport network, whatever it may be, the specification related to it, and we can build up those nodes based on that. Right now, where we stand is at release 18. In release 18, what is basically happening is, I'll not go too much into detail, is 5G is about 3 pillars. Ultra reliable, low latency communication, enhanced mobile broadband, and then IoT, and or machine type communication, however you want to phrase it. Now, enhanced mobile broadband communication is something that we have all been used to, because in 4G as well, you've got the 4G was the first true broadband technology. But in 5G, the newest or the most, productive new capability, in my personal opinion, is ultra reliable low latency communication. So in 3GP, release 16, 17, and 18. Release 15 was the first time that we saw 5G. 16, 17, and 18 have been trying to build on top of. If we could get rid of that light, that's really, thank you. Now I'm blind. Okay. So 16, 17, and 18. How we were looking at things was, is that we are trying to improve the experience. When 5G came, the biggest thing that we noticed was that on the experience side, the biggest problem that we saw was uplink side. Downlink, you have gigabit level experience, but on the downlink side, you have problems. Then we had a new scenario requirement for example, billions of devices, IoT scenarios, how they will be covered. So now in release 18, performance and capacity is being improved. But that's not what we are here for. Now for us is the security part. And in this, be it the 3 main telco vendors, Huawei, Ericsson, and Nokia, all 3 are very active. Release 15, for the first time, we defined the baseline security function capability. We defined how we are going to provide integrity check, how we are going to secure communication on the user plane, as well as I mentioned, as well as on the control plane. We defined how the architecture will be, because another threat vector that has come across in 5G that we have to be aware of, and when we are setting the specifications from a regulatory perspective as well as a national security perspective, is everything in 5G talks, especially on the core and the IP layer, is talking over HTTP. Before this, we had our own specific protocols that were using MAP, Diameter, Campbell, protocols that were specific to telco industry. Yes, they were carried over IP, but somebody had to actually go through the process of developing skills. Now, every hacker in the world is an expert of HTTP, and you have put the whole network on HTTP as well. So to secure the network, that is becoming very paramount. And so HTTPS, how to have higher level of encryption, higher level of authentication, multi-factor authentication has to be brought in. I'll give you one example. I like to think of it like a Russian doll. The largest oil and gas company in the world. I came up with an idea of literally a Russian doll. So we were encrypting the encrypted traffic, and we do it 3 times over. So we take the basic traffic, encrypt it using a AAA that is on the enterprise network. Then we use that traffic, and then we encrypt it using the network encryption, basic subscriber encryption. And then that encryption, the output of that encryption is encrypted with an additional vector for what we call network slice encryption. So on a slice level, you're encrypting. So you're encrypting the encrypted data. And the reason and purpose of this is security, because everything is on the same protocol. And over here, you're talking about $1 billion infrastructure, and a one PLC controller gets into the hand of someone that is the rogue element, all hell can break loose. So that's very critical. Release 17, and I'll just talk about release 17, 17 and 18. So in release 17 and 18, what we are focusing on is on the NB-IoT side, passive IoT, how to secure passive IoT communication. Passive IoT is another interesting thing.
A couple of you guys must be hearing this for the first time, this term. It's quite new. The idea is that by virtue of that term, passive IoT means that I have a device that does not have its own energy source. So there is no battery. So even IoT devices in our mind right now that we think about, there is a battery. Maybe the battery lasts 5 years, 10 years, but still has that sensor or device has a battery, like a smart meter or whatever. It has a power source. Passive IoT, there is no power source. The RF radiated power is what is used for it to provide enough power to radiate out or radiate backwards back to the receiver the information that is requested from it. So passive IoT is a very important thing, and enhancing the security for that is going to be very critical, because this is going to be something as pervasive as RFID tag that we have on all assets and devices. Then things that we are adding on top of this are certain specifications and standards. You cannot and we will not be able to secure all communication or all vendors unless we set up a specific one unified standard. That unified standard is security certification. It is mentioned over there. You see in the bottom section, security certification, CAS, SCAS. SCAS and NESAS. We'll talk about NESAS and CAS both. GSMA and 3GPP working together to set up a framework for how to make sure that the network equipment vendors and suppliers and operators are following a set procedure, set mechanism, set methodology, unless the complete development cycle, hardware, software, and the running cycle for the infrastructure. So your CI/CD tool chain, as well as your integrated product development, everything is going through the same framework and process, and you are verified and certified. You will not get a NISA and SAS certification. What does that certification? I'm not going to go through all of those security mechanisms, but all of the security capabilities, what does it entail? This would mean that when you specify or you go to any entity or you're cooperating with anyone, you know that a baseline security standard has been met. So that's very critical. Now, as we move forward, as I said, a lot of things are coming in terms of how we are looking at 5G and how security is being improved. But the most important thing from this is the standardization that is taking place, as well as how we are making sure that the level of security is up to a set benchmark. Now, the layered security that we are providing in this regard from 3GPP architecture. 3GPP architecture normally splits a network into 3 strata, 3 layers. There is home, serving, and transport. And in every domain, a mechanism has been set in place. So, and there it has its own criticality level. And in 5G's case, we have taken care and made sure we set policies as well as specifications to make sure that the subscriber information, process information, session information, as well as the data that is being carried is carried in a secure and reliable fashion. So these 3 stratums, and by mentioning this, it will come in handy later. So there's a layered security mechanism that is being brought in. Now that layered security mechanism, I talked about eavesdropping before. That layered security mechanism, the first part of home stratum. And I talked about, like in 4G case, what used to happen is you have your IMSI. I'm just not going to go through the whole flow. Your IMSI used to go in plain text. Now, in case of 5G, what is happening is you have a concept of concealed identity. Every time there is a session with a user, a unique identity or ID is created for that session. So even if it is carried over, it's still carried over plain text, but it's a unique to that specific single session. So every time you have a session, you have a new identity that is created. This allows us to have higher level of security. This concept of concealed identity and public identity allows us to have a higher level of security. These are fundamental capabilities that have been brought in to 5G to cover risks that do at different platforms, and be it JISEC in Middle East, one of the most elite or most coveted security forum that is held, or in US, the multiple challenges and bounties and rewards that go across that for people to come in and try to test and verify that they can penetrate networks. One of the most important things that was being covered or being protected from was this basic at the time of attach, how you can secure for the consumer. Now, just getting the basic fundamentals across, let's actually talk about now the security fundamentals and efforts in the security on the security sphere. When we talk about security in 5G networks, there is equipment, there is the basic practice, and then there is how we are going to be sharing information across the board. As I mentioned, there are, when we talk about equipment security on the network itself as infrastructure security, NISAS and SCAF, SCES and NECAS. NISAS, GSMA Network Equipment Security Assurance System, is basically an audit mechanism, as I mentioned. CAS is your security accreditation mechanism. There's a basic mechanism. 3GPP and GSMA are working together. GSMA is responsible for doing the actual process execution. 3GPP is responsible for setting the standard in technical specifications. So there are three different specifications: 33501, 33609, 669, different standards that are document are there for process and services, that how we are going to verify that that equipment meets the basic standard. And when we talk about OIC cert, we are not going to reinvent the wheel here. At OIC cert, our recommendation and what we have done and discussed in terms of the process that we want to develop, it's going to be based on the same mechanism. So we are going to build on top of it. We might have our own unique requirement, for example, on lawful interception or other capability, but the foundational capability, the starting off point is for network equipment is going to be NISAS and SCAF. Then best practice. We can learn a lot from already a very good initiative that has been developed and in place by GSMA. And the operators in Pakistan are participating quite well, especially Jazz, Ufone, both are doing quite well in this regard, where we have got the knowledge base. GSMA has another initiative. It is called the knowledge, GSM Mobile Cybersecurity Knowledge Base. It's set in a mechanism for us to have a back and forth communication, share knowledge, as in the morning. Again, referring to the APTA chairman, there needs to be more collaboration, more sessions. There is already a basic mechanism in place at GSMA. And OIC CERT, we want to also use the same mechanism for the region and the countries within the OIC member states to be able to have that communication channel and use the process that GSMA defines. Because, and I'll give you some examples later on, we can use GSMA's initiative to not only replicate, but also to enable to improve what is happening already at GSMA. And with multiple operators, there are certain process learning, methodology learning, or certain events that are registered or triggered that we then can refer them to GSMA, and that can be added into the knowledge base for the rest of the world to use. So this is an important thing that is being covered and managed by GSMA, and all the MNOs, vendors are part of the knowledge base, and we are working together. And then the last thing is the security information sharing that is happening through this. So the best practice security, GSM knowledge base is a very good thing for that. Then we have got CVO, TISAC, as well as TSAT. Tackling of severe adversaries through interconnect security improvement program, that is again under GSMA. CVO for GSMA coordinated vulnerability disclosure. These things are mechanisms for us to improve cybersecurity awareness as well as learning, to make sure that our practices or actions that we are going to put in place meet those expectations. So this is a very important thing in terms of what is already happening from a security resilience aspect at GSMA. Now, trust and worthiness in terms of Huawei's capability. What we are doing in case of framework. So this is 2022, if I'm not wrong. We set up a basic trust and software engineering capability transformation specification. framework where we want to adapt and make sure that everybody is able to, and all the requirements are able to be serviced through a standard framework for the industry, by the industry, serving the industry. So we have the best practices. So we use GSMA, 3GPP, PCI for that. Then under this, we have OIC with the OIC cert OIC cert part. NIST is there, BSI is there. Then regional and standardization bodies are there again. 3GPP would be there, IEEE would be there. And then we have got the International Standardization Organization for Communication Standards, which includes the IEC and the ISO certifications. For example, even 27001 is not mentioned, but 270XX is there. But 27001 is another good example of specification where we can set the basic framework. And these capabilities allow us to have a closed loop mechanism of how we are going to make sure that network is secure and reliable and serving the needs of the institutions, the governments, the nation. So this basic framework gives us a complete picture. And OIC cert, at OIC cert, we want to make sure that our framework that we have already recommended and we are working with OIC cert on is based on the same methodology. So we have got a framework that is from the industry, by the industry. So there are different layers to this. There are the basic principles that are going to be there. Principles are very fundamental and easy to understand. We have got everyone it has to be voluntary initiative. It has to be impartial. We have to have transparency, and there has to be a level of confidentiality that has to be maintained. There is going to be a documentary system for having the security by design methodology in place, operation process, and I'll go through the operation process in detail in the next slide. And of course, the practitioners. There has to be the regulatory bodies, there has to be the auditing bodies, and then there has to be the entities that are going to be certified and ratified. So that process is looking something like this. I'll go over the acronyms because these are going to be for most of you guys. This is the first time maybe you're seeing this. So we have got the conformation assessment body, the CAB, the CB, the certification body. The conformation body, CAB, is responsible for an overall audit. So they are responsible for auditing the third party. Those third parties are going to be either the bodies that are certifying or the bodies that are evaluating equipment. Because you cannot have, for example, 5G, let's say we want OIC certification mandatory for a 5G base station. Just as an example. The person who is going to carry out the audit cannot be the person who is certifying it as well. So the CB and EB, the separation of these two, the purpose for this is that the person who is going to do the test versus the person who is going to verify the test are two different entities. This is the same reason why when we talk about NISAS and STAS, SCAS and NESAS, you have GSMA and 3GPP having separate specific roles. And then GSMA itself is just it's the same role as the CAB. It is going to ratify. It's not the one who's going to audit. They're going to be independent third-party bodies who are going to do the testing and auditing. And the auditing part and the testing part again would be split again amongst two different participating parties. So this basic framework allows us to have a closed loop mechanism where every new technology that goes into the infrastructure is certified and ratified to meet the requirements of the OIC. This should and would go beyond the specification of GSMA or 3GPP. That should be understood because we have our values, our expectations from what a network is or what the behavior of the society is different from the Western world. We hold near and dear certain things which they would find as part of the social liberty as of something that they should be able to easily and accessible, should be accessible, easily ratifiable, serviceable. But for us, it would be something that could be part of the do's and don'ts. So those kind of things mean that the OIC cert would, and the cert part for us having this OIC cert is very critical. And for telco infrastructure, I hope in Pakistan, at least we have this opportunity. We still did not enter into the 5G era. We could use and enable and strengthen OIC cert when we are doing 5G, we put in the processes and make them available to OIC, because there's a lot of money that is going to be spent on consultants, as well as a lot of money that is going to be spent on infrastructure specification as well as verification by PTA and the ministry. So that these kind of things could be then leveraged upon, that those practices and that money that is spent on developing that 5G infrastructure is also capitalized upon and shared with at least the OIC state member states. So we hope that this framework goes beyond just us having a set framework and just replicating what GSMA or CGPP are doing, but putting in our own 2 cents. So this is the proposed certification process and workflow. And as I said, we are not reinventing the wheel. We are following GSMA CGPP specifications. That's like we mentioned. I mentioned CGPP 33901 33501. I did not mention, but that's also part of the specification. GSMA FS 14, 15, 16. 16 is related to roaming. 15 is network improvement security for lifecycle management, and testing and verification is in FS 14. Those are already recommended to be part of the OIC certified. So when a person comes in, a vendor comes in and says, I'm OIC certified, that means that he is GSMA certified as well on NISAS and SCAS. Now, this is the most important thing. This is how things will come together. So on the right hand side, you see Huawei certifications and the industry alert. So you see the report. There's that triangle logo is Dectra, I believe. Yeah, Dectra. The screen is not quite blurry. So Dectra is the company that we use as a third party. Not we use, GSMA recommends as a third party auditor for Huawei equipment most of the time. And then GSMA will generate the final audit report. And all the Huawei equipment is mentioned over there. We have been doing the NISAS and SCAS specification ratification since 2019. The first audit report that was generated was 2020. The auditing mechanisms are already moving from specification 2.0 to 3.0. But if you see over here, the TSC, the transformation, trust and software capability transformation framework that Huawei is suggesting, it, as I said, integrated product development and NISA specifications, both are part of it. So as the product is being developed, as the testing is being done simultaneously, everything is certified and ratified. And this will ensure that whatever infrastructure is deployed in any OIC country meets a certain specification. So the framework allowing, and we can have from today something that at least meets the bare minimum expectations and requirements. Even today, if we do, honestly speaking, all OIC, most of the OIC countries, I'm leading on the technical side for the network design planning. I have not seen an RFP asking for NISAS and SCAS even explicitly. Why? It's a very fundamental requirement. I'm not asking, we are not asking for something that is non-standard. It should be there. So these kind of specification requirements should be there and they should be part of the process. And we should build on top of it as OIC members. These are some examples of things that in cooperation that we have done. We are working with operators in the region, do STC, Etisalat are some of them, where we are doing a proper methodology in place, where we are working and cooperating to provide network security hardening, service hardening, as well as then we have got operators where we are taking and improving the complete lifecycle management of infrastructure and services on cybersecurity resilience, and they are across the globe. One use case for the knowledge-based development. So the challenges were like how to handle the compliance. EU compliance is getting quite complex after GPDRA and all the other specifications that have been brought in. Now the AI specification as well, how to get that done, how to make sure the security basic requirements are met, and then how to improve the network. I'll just give you the output of this. We were able to provide a framework. We were able to build a mechanism, and we were able to generate report where we were able to output things that were pushed on towards the knowledge base. That is the benchmark of success, that you are improving for the rest of mankind, the capabilities of the network. So the reference numbers as well as the objective and the solution description I've mentioned. When the slides are, if you required, the slide stack will be shared. You guys can go over this as well. So all the suggestions are then pushed on towards the next specification edition. Now, let's get a little bit technical and let's just go over how security planning is done and what is being done in security planning already and what is the missing part. I'll talk about threat vectors from everything from external threat vectors to man in the middle or internal threat vectors. So when we talk about threat vectors, let's just get scare everyone first a little bit. So there are external threats, as we know. Everything is going to be connected over 5G, and that's a fact. And sooner or later, all the meters, all the devices, and it will be more pervasive than 4G ever was. With passive IoT, just imagine RFID tags for the first time might be replaced by 5G tags, where logistic companies like Daraz and these guys, they are delivering, they don't have to have an RF scanner. As soon as they're delivered to your home, boom, you know it's at your door. Those kind of capabilities will be there. Then internal threats are there, and most of the time that the network goes down is because of someone, because of a man in the middle kind of attack. So we have got different services and different target network architecture. So we have got fixed broadband, we have got access network, core network, transport network, and then we have got all the different capabilities within which each of these network platforms brings. Those threat vectors, this is an ever-growing table. This I formulated it. Started off with having 5 topics. Now it's up to 9. I've split it into 2 colors. These colors are related to threats that are internal to us versus threats that are external and are generated by the consumer or the user, the end device. So just to have all the threats, I'll just go and talk about some aspects of the threat. Over-the-air attack is first internet-based attack, DDoS attack, and you're talking about DNS. Somebody was talking about DNS and how we are trying to improve the security. I think again, for PTA chairman, DNS security and those things. Roaming as well as external EMS security threats. External EMS equipment management is basically operation systems, because the easiest way to get into a network is through the operation system. And once you are into the operation system, O&M system, you can do whatever you want. So that's where you want to be. You don't want to be in the network. But what are you going to do getting into equipment? Turn off that equipment. What's the use of that? Turning off the network is fun. So that is something that is one of the most important threats, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Then internal threats, arising from the network elements themselves, threats, apps going zombie, VMs going zombie, infrastructure itself behaving the way it should not behave. So you've got data eavesdropping is possible. Like for example, some small third-party vendor comes in and says, "Oh, I'm going to provide this bulk messaging capability, or I'm going to provide this video platform, and it's going to cost nothing. I'm going to kind of leveraging the customer XYZ way." But that app starts eavesdropping, and this has already happened in a couple of GCC countries. From the infrastructure side, because once you're in the infrastructure, you could do a lot. So how do we tolerate? How do we create tolerance for those kind of capabilities, as well as resources? How do we mitigate and manage network resources? So network security protection is on the network side is based on 4 main pillars. Again, confidentiality, integrity, availability, and traceability. The network has to have this capability because we are talking about from RAN to core to transport. Everything has to be traceable, available, reliable. How do we do this? And this is one slide to rule them all kind of a thing. RAN security. One of the things that people do right now, in the US, I forgot what for which service or it is happening on T-Mobile's network, that I know. But people have the fake base station concept. This is a security capability that should have been there. I don't know how it is still possible, but fake base station is basically a person will have within the car certain antenna or certain devices, and he will try to push out the signal behaving as if it's a telco network. And it will try to latch on the user onto that network. Once the user latches on and then attaches itself onto that network, he's able to gather whatever information that is on the device or passing through the device for even a short term of time. So fake base station is a very critical aspect. And in 3GPP, by the way, release 18, which was released this year, is the first time they're handling fake base station concept. How late are we to this? Then secure transmission on the RAN, multi-layer isolation on the core side is very critical. 5G security, edge computing. We are all talking about edge data centers, edge data centers, edge data centers. Securing edge data centers, having that same level of data sovereignty as well as data reliability on the edge is another important thing. How do we harden it? How do we isolate it? How do we manage it? And how do we encrypt the local network? Slice security, slicing is a concept that maybe any of you who have, tech savvy would have heard the word slicing a lot. It's basically, I've been in the industry since the early 2000s. And till now, let's say a couple of years ago, every protocol that we had was a best effort protocol. So be it BGP, whatever it is, be it bidirectional forwarding, be it bidirectional forwarding, BGP, whatever it is, whatever you are using for carrying out traffic. Our traffic is carried best effort. And for the first time in 5G, we have got a concept of guaranteed experience. So you are giving a service or a user a guaranteed SLA, and you can commit to that SLA throughout his complete life cycle. From air interface to IP to core, transport, routing, everywhere, end to end, you can. So we are moving away from best effort to guaranteed experience for 5G. But there is a factor that everybody loves to hear about, that we have a guaranteed experience, but we all forget about one important thing is what is going to happen, or what is an additional capability on top of that guaranteed experience is guaranteed security or a different level of SLA on security. Because now once you have sliced the network, so on the same public network, right now, for example, every government is scared to have their, like for example, national database or government services on the public cloud. They will run it on an intranet to, stop the exposure. Threat exposure is reduced. Internal threat vectors are the only ones who could create issues of chaos because it's not connected to the internet. Imagine you did not need to do this. You could just create a slice, and that slice could have a different SLA, a different mechanism for security, and then you could carry everything over the internet or the national backbone. You do not have to every time isolate the network for every service. NBP has its own backhauling network and its own infrastructure and its own way of talking. State Bank is its own, then we have Nadra is doing its own thing, and everybody is talking. Then Nadra needs to have a terminal on that branch that is connected to the Nadra network. All those things are mitigated once you start doing slicing, because you can provide, and release 18 is the first time you've got slice security as a component added. There is a methodology, mechanism, and specifications in place to make sure that slices are able to be secured as well. So that's a very interesting capability that has been added. And then passive connection. How do we make sure that we can mitigate signaling storm and DDoS attacks, those kind of things? How to mitigate them for passive IoT and NB-IoT cases? That has been covered for in case of 5G for the first time as well. So end to end, you see, there is a mechanism in place. The problem is, now coming to the problem. Everything almost that should be there now at this point after release 18, especially. And by release 20, for sure, everything will be, every small factor will be covered, I believe. Is there as a standard, but it is, most of them are optional parameters. They are optional for the vendor, they are optional for the regulator, for the government, and for the institution. It is for entities like OIC CERT to play a role and see, like, for example, when we are deploying 5G, why is user plane traffic not encrypted? Because it's an optional parameter. It's there in the standard, but it's optional. Why concealed identity is to make it mandatory is optional. You have to make it you have to make it mandatory. 3GPP is doing its part. OIC CERT can do much more than that. And this is what is happening in the EU. Like, EU has their own specifications because they built on top of what GSM and 3GPP are doing. Because if you leave it to the vendor, honestly, taking off the Huawei hat for a minute, if you leave it to Huawei, we will just say this is optional, why you're making us do it. It's the regulatory entities as well as the national institutions who have to decide what out of these parameters is mandatory. And that's very critical. And as I was mentioning, and I'll just as a slide and as a reference, you guys have this. So moving from 2G to 5G, I put it in green. You see the word INT. INT on the CP is control plane, UP is user plane. So the control plane got split into two, the NAS and the RRC, the network stratum as well as the radio resource stratum control part. So you see integrity check was always there in the NAS and RRC in 4G case as well. But for the first time, user plane is encrypted or integrity is checked. Data plane integrity is checked that I sent a one packet. When the network received it, did I get one packet or did I get two packets? Or somebody in the middle injected one more packet. That is there for the first time in 5G. Again, it is up to the government entities and the institutions to make sure that when 5G is deployed, is this followed or not followed? Because vendors or the operators even, honestly speaking, operators also, because this puts a load on the network, extra point, they're not going to earn more money from this. But it makes the network more secure. And the communication between the user and especially for when national security is at stake, entities, this is very critical. Standards are there. So this integrity check capability is quite critical. Then just one of the last slides that I have, network management platforms. O&M clients are, when we talk about threat vector, the most disruptive threat vector, the Ukraine example that was given, that happened because of the substations being brought down from inside. Yes, the software that they were using was of a certain country's origin, and there was a backdoor to that, and that was used, but it was someone who had to be there in that on the power infrastructure. So O&M vulnerability is very critical, and personal access to O&M, how we manage the access is very critical. And for this, there is no standard, but we are recommending, and we have been recommending to or every entity, be it GSMA, 3GPP, or even OIC third, that bastion host concept. Bastion host is basically a very simple concept that everything is through a host that is not residing within the infrastructure. You log into that server of that machine then logs on to the client itself or the infrastructure NMS platform. So you're not directly on running, the O&M is not happening on the infrastructure, the operations or actions are taking place on a bastion host, separate terminal. And everything is carried over, it's encrypted, TLS is there. And our intention is account every information action that takes place on the O&M platform, be it any industry, should be loggable, traceable, and uneditable. And this is good, should be mandatory, be it the power sector, be it the telco sector, be it the any other, even if it is a hyperscaler that is coming into the country, like in the case of a couple of countries in the Gulf, as well as one country in Central Asia, where we went in ourselves, we recommended that make sure that the vendors when they are deploying the infrastructure on the infrastructure, everything is stored indefinitely. Logs are maintained indefinitely. So operation security is there, account security is there, two-factor, multi-factor authentication is there for those devices as well. So that will allow us to have a higher level of availability security. And this is the most important area that we need to cover and start off with across different industries. So this is basically it from my side. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up on how we are evolving in 5G. Government entities, regulatory bodies, standardization bodies have put in the effort. I could have made it look like it's a perfect story, just copy paste. The most important thing is certain standards are there, but they are not mandatory. That's the most important takeaway from me to you guys, everyone over here, whoever can make a difference. Make sure that when we are talking about setting the standards, if we want to put in our own 2 cents, look at what is already done, as the homework has been done. It's just that we have not made it mandatory, and we have allowed infrastructure still not to be stabilized to that extent. So 5G is the future, and a lot of potential is there. Just need to secure it, make it reliable, and the opportunities are endless. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Up next, to give a presentation on the industry best practices, I would like to invite the CEO of CLEAR Private Limited, Professor Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Khan. Please, sir.
Rahim. So it's very nice to hear about the 5G networks and what all it is capable of doing. And especially perhaps the network slicing is the most exciting part that seems to me is going to change so many things. And especially in slicing, you could slice it in a manner, though my friend has covered one part, the other is where you can put millions of devices in a square mile of area. So the entire city IoTs would be on 5G. And on the other hand, you can have almost real time, almost zero latency communication because you get a guaranteed quality of service. So 5G definitely is going to be very, very exciting technology and hope that we'll see it soon in Pakistan. But perhaps another important aspect of technology is that it is getting very, very complex. So if I give you a little of my background, uh, I did my PhD from Georgia Institute of Technology, then worked for Scientific Atlanta on iridium system of satellite communication. At that time, way back in 94, 95. And then I developed V.90 modem for Cisco system. Like modem banks and Cisco used to have this product, which is they would put it on an ISP and where everybody through a modem would connect to the internet. So internet connection was through the modem, and I'll just create all those sounds, t, t, ta, ta, tum, tum, once it was making a connection. So that was like, made me understand the internet, the devices, the underneath technologies that basically build the internet for the world. And then we started a startup way back in 2000, where we focus on voice over IP market. Because at that time, I'm talking about 99, we thought that the entire voice will go on the internet, on the IP network instead of the telecommunication network. Because these are like best effort networks. So used to be best effort or are still best effort. So they are very cheap. They're not expensive. Once we dedicate, the bandwidth, then you have to pay the price for it. And that's what our typical telecommunication network used to be. That you make a call and call was so expensive. From USA, I remember it cost you about $2 a minute. And now you can just call it for free for hours because the entire traffic is going on internet. So once we developed this technology, we developed this chip. This chip was voice over IP chip. So it could basically, on one hand, it will connect to an H.100 interface, which is a TDM interface, a traditional telephony exchange interface. On the other hand, it has an IP interface where it'll just compress the voice and we'll do a voice over IP on thousands of calls. And then we install it in Peshawar. This is the box, which was actually the 1.7 exchange of Peshawar was based on the chip that we developed and the box that we built and all the IP protocol, the voice over IP protocols, both on the voice side and the network side. So we kind of understood the technology at its core. And core means developing a chip and how you can keep backdoors in those chips. Yes, so we need to really, really understand the cybersecurity. So anybody who is developing a semiconductor, can leave your development. Good, good. Okay, okay, thank you. So once you are developing these chips, because we had to keep backdoors, because we wanted to have access to this device and wanted to see that how good, because if it is installed across the world, I have no way of sending my engineers there. So whatever device you build, you have access to that device for for good purposes or for bad purposes. So this is, one challenge that we have to really face that. And that is the war between China and America, that they are saying we are not going to put your chip in our devices. And, because they know that once you have that level of indigenization, that level of development, then you can do a lot, because cybersecurity is not just the security of the end device. So we need to really understand cybersecurity starts from the networking layer, for example. So there's a physical layer. So there are fibers going everywhere. So how do you secure those? And then, because you can always put a tap on the fiber and get what is happening on the fiber. So people have started HTTPS. Once there was no HTTPS, the entire traffic was like, anybody could just grab and see what is happening on the national IP networks. So and then what is happening in the air is also like, anybody could have those type of receivers and can figure out what is happening. And as you keep moving up your routers, your switches, your end devices, your operating system, your software, it's so complex that making yourself cyber secure is sometimes seems to me almost impossible, honestly, to be very honest. Like, because you may spend millions and millions of dollars and still you are not sure whether you are secure. Because there may be, there are threat actors, and I was talking in the morning as well, in our exclusive discussions, that they are threat actors. They don't want to tell you that they have actually access to your system. They're sitting there listening, and they want to know even once you move your mouse or you move yourself, because they are only interested in knowing what you're doing based on it. They want to get to your information. Then there are the threat actors who would just tell you that how you are compromised, so you have to pay them to be cyberly secure. And then there are cyber actors that who will just have a denial of service attack, a DDoS attack. And so there's so many different types of threat actors. How can you counter yourself? And you don't know anything, but you are so in love of using this device, which is a smartphone, because and using Facebook and WhatsApp and Twitter. And they are not only the states are after your data, states are after your network. So this cyber landscape is so complex. And this is what, based on my experiences and developing these technologies, because the cyberspace is itself very complex. As my friend was, sorry, I don't even name, but my friend was mentioning, Imad was mentioning that now they're passive IoT devices. So everything would be connected to everything. This is what the internet is all about. Like your shoe and your perhaps a button on your board will also be connected to the internet. Just imagine that how much connectivity, and because of all these 5G technologies, your home switches, your hospital bed, your car, everything is going to be connected to the internet. I mean, somebody has access to everything that you have in your house, and you will be submerged in such a vulnerable, space, which we call a cyberspace. And safeguarding yourself would almost be impossible, except that you just don't use it. But that's not even an option, because we don't sleep unless we spend half an hour with a mobile phone, just going and seeing what is there on Facebook or Twitter or whatever. So cyberspace is very complex. And because of all, I'll just skip this, because all the IoTs and these are the IoTs that we have developed, IoTs and fourth industrial revolution and fifth industrial revolution, or fourth society 4.0. So everybody is moving towards 4.0, 5.0. And underneath there is nothing but a cyber physical system. Okay, so we say Industry 4.0 is cyber physical system. This is something that we have done, digitizing shop floors of different industries. This is a cotton industry, making their washing machines talk to them. This is another project that we have done, putting IoTs on a manufacturing shop floor, that you could see that how your manufacturing is happening. So, and then in military also, we have IoTs of battlefield, that every soldier, his gun, they are going to be part of the internet. This is something we developed for a solar company, which is smart nanogrid. Again, your nanogrid, your switches, and because it has to be smart, and it would just figure out how much energy you are consuming and what should you turn on and off. So cyberspace in the metaverse, people are going to shop in the metaverse and buying lands, and your avatar will talk, take classes, and the entire world is going digital. I have been to Brunei and to other countries, and I see there is a drive, everybody going digital. But then the threat landscape is also increasing, as very rightly mentioned by Ahmad, that now there are like 9 verticals of threat landscape. Because now, once the threat landscape is increasing, people are pouring more and more money to secure themselves. Because if you want to enjoy cyberspace, you got to spend money to secure it. And now you can see like billions of dollars are being spent on something that can just give you some comfort that you are cyberly secure. And that is, but the bad news is that bad guys is always ahead of the good guys. And that is challenging, because there has always been a gap. Like, so no matter how good you are, there are going to be people who are really bad, who are after your networks, after your information. So they are always going to be ahead of you. And that's the gap which the 0-day attack and this and that, and people are always trying to capture, trying to collaborate, because for sure, it's very difficult to be cyberly secure once you are on the cyberspace. And if it is just some bad actors, you could still take it. But these are like nation states that are after you. Edward Snowden has told us stories that all this Gmail and Yahoo and your Facebook and WhatsApp, it goes to these organizations, and they figure out that what you are up to. And then the people you are buying your cybersecurity, that's even more concerning. And we know that Pakistan has been using these fax machines and cyber systems, and then we figured out that those were actually from CIA. Those machines were actually sold by a company which was a CIA company. Like your Chowkidar is basically the biggest thief. That what can you do? And you will be amazed to know that most of the cybersecurity companies are actually funded by these agencies, national agencies, because you install them in your systems in order to be cyberly secure, and that is perhaps the best way to be in your system to do that. And we know that US peers, Huawei, because it knows how tempting backdoors are, and so there's this continuous war between Huawei, so to say, but from China and America, and everything is kind of boiling down to chip designing because. So the cybersecurity definitely is there's a risk, and perhaps the most important risk is the important information, maybe your family information, maybe your corporate information, maybe your national information, and so there is always a chance of that gets stolen. That perhaps is the biggest threat. Then obviously that there's access to the network and there may be other things, but perhaps the biggest threat is about the information that is very secure, secret, and you don't want anybody to know, and then you are finding out that information has gone. So that is something which has always kind of worried me. And this is where I was here, and I was just discussing this again in the morning, that now we had such a session here about perhaps 8-10 years back. And then I went to OIC headquarters in KSA, presenting them the strategy. And that time, terrorism was the biggest threat, that terrorists using cyberspace. How can we basically make cyber secure to ensure terrorists will not use it? The problem statement was very different way back then, and now the problem statement is very different. So there's many cyber attacks and digital, all this digitization is causing more and more exposure. This is the PC one that I developed, that how can we be cyberly secure? And Alhamdulillah, it is in implementation. That gives me a lot of satisfaction that if you think about something and you do something about it, and the only thing perhaps the way that you can make the government to work is through developing the PC ones and then developing projects and then making sure that they happen. So we have this project already happening, and it has many components in it. But let me show you, because of the landscape, what I did was, this is interesting. I like poetry, so I always connect it with Mirza Ghalib saying, "Tarsi peete the main, lekin samajhte the ki haan, rang lavegi hamari paka masti ek din." Right? So if you are just depending on foreign technologies for everything, so it's very difficult for you to be cyber. So that thing always worries me. So I have like kind of invented something which is very interesting, which I want to show you. It is an encrypted keyboard, right? Because I believe that information is the biggest threat, that your important information. So what I've developed is a keyboard which just works like a keyboard. So you attach it with any computer, with your mobile phone, it's a C-type connector, and you type it just like a keyboard. So we have different versions of it. But whenever you want to protect your information, so you press F7, and now whatever you type gets encrypted right at the keyboard. So you bypass the so you bypass keyloggers, you bypass operating system, you bypass all the backdoors people may have in your routers and switches and databases and in your chip and memories. And that information remains encrypted. It stays there, so it is safe from the internal threat as well. And only on the screen you can see what is in clear, and it does not have any storage in it, so to say. So you just highlight that and it will show you the plane. So people who are concerned, everybody, and I imagine, and my vision is that this should be part of every laptop computer. So you should have a keyboard, which is an encrypted keyboard, and then you have a screen. So anything which you want the information to be protected must just stays there as secure in your databases, in your emails. You don't even care if this is lost, because whatever important information is, it is encrypted, even on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Gmail, on everything. So this is, and then I am heading this organization, Center for Advanced Research and Engineering, where we are developing many mission critical systems, and we have about 250 people. And I told you, this is, we develop an IP secure processor. Sometimes we have developed software defined radios. 5G SDR is very interesting that we have developed so 5G, the physical layer is massively parallel MIMO, which enables you that kind of a data rate. So we have from the scratch developed this technology. And then we have developed our own routers and switches for mission critical network. Obviously, as I mentioned, that important is that if something is really critical for you, right from the scratch, you got to build it yourself, so that you at least have this comfort that I have developed this box, I have developed the hardware, the software, the routing protocols, the encryption protocols. The box will not let anybody enter, even a valid user, if he is trying to get to access to something which he's not supposed to. So we have developed our own routers, switches, IoT nodes. And then interestingly, we were also bestowed the confidence to do the internet monitoring for Pakistan. So that's why, my confidence, or so to say, my worries comes from this fact that we have put these passive probes, and we could actually able to see that what is happening. So just putting a probe where you are reflecting part of the light that goes on this fiber, and you can recreate what is happening on the internet. You can just recreate what is there. So that's something that gave us a lot of insight into this, but not only that, but also that how vulnerable we are. Because from the fiber, you can have a deep packet inspections, and you can see, though now most of the traffic is getting on HTTPS, the encryption standards, and now on 5G, there'll be more provisions that you could just save your slice of the network. And but now we have like VPNs, for example. provide you that tunnel, and then there are issues because you provide something which can cyberly secure you, then it worries the regulator that, now they can't see anything because they want to see everything what is happening on the internet. So it's really very difficult cybersecurity. Because then they say, no, you have to send it clear or share with us your keys or do this, because they are the regulators. They don't know whether it's a good person or a bad person who is accessing the internet. But we are also developing an enterprise resource planning system ourselves. And then I'm also part of NCAC. We have now a bachelor degree in cybersecurity because we know that how important the subject of cybersecurity is. And in curriculum, we have made information security as a core course that everybody who is studying anything to do with computing has to study information security because it has become that important an aspect. So to kind of summarize for the industry and for the nations, first thing is we got to understand the threat landscape. Second is for industry, it is you can just try to be 27001 compliant. That will really help you to be secure. Okay, 27001 would say that how you basically use managed switches, partition in your network, and the network where you are doing development must not be on the internet. Okay, and internet must not have access to a network where you are doing your development. So the network where you let your employees to access the internet should be a separate network, and where you provide them with laptop computers. But here there must not be any USB. There must be just, and then there's your demilitarized zone where you have to sometimes shift because nowadays, because of generative AI, all the coders, they just want to sit there and generate code. So it is becoming very difficult to separate them from the internet because internet is like the development happen on the internet. How can you have a developer which is not part of the internet? So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. But the best thing is that either you give everybody a laptop where they are developing their code using the Gen AI tool, and that they go to a demilitarized zone, copy the code, and bring it on the system where they compile them and deploy them. But it's really cybersecurity is really challenging. And for the large enterprises, as we have been working for many large enterprises, they are really concerned. But not everybody can invest into their own infrastructures. Now, large enterprises have their own data centers. They lay their own fiber. But not everybody can spend that type of money. And no matter how much you spend, then you cannot just use the advancement in technology. That is, for example, now if you want to use generative AI tool, you got to connect to OpenAI. Once you're connecting to OpenAI, again, you have to be on the internet. So many challenges are there. So I don't have really an answer to all these questions, except saying that at least secure your mission critical information. So there are ways of securing that and secure your mission critical infrastructure. And rest, just do whatever the world best practices are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Up next, we'll have the OIC third perspective. The talk will be given by Mr. Fazlan Abdullah, who is the acting head of Preemptive Technology and Services Division of Cybersecurity Malaysia. And his presentation will be OIC's third cybersecurity initiatives protecting you. Over to you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. I'm the last speaker between you all and lunch, and I only about 9 minutes. I will try to make this short and sweet. Okay, my name is Fazlan Abdullah. I'm from Cybersecurity Malaysia. And my topic for today is on OIC cert, and how we're working together to protect the Ummah. A little bit of background on the OIC cert. Currently, there are about 30 member countries in the OIC cert grouping. OIC cert is an initiative based on cross-border collaboration, especially among computer security incident response teams, CSIRTs, and computer incident response teams, CERTs, within the OIC community. It is an affiliate institution of the OIC, comprising of 58 members from 30 countries. And Cybersecurity Malaysia is the permanent secretariat. Now, the mandate of the OIC cert in the 35th session of the Council of Foreign Ministers held in Kampala, Uganda, 2008. The resolution encourages all member states to take the necessary measures to encourage the national cert to collaborate with the OIC cert, which will be a grouping dedicated in providing support and responding to computer security incidents. And in the 36th session of the Council of Foreign Ministers in 2009, it grants the cert the status of an affiliated institution in the OIC to enable it to commence its activities aimed at achieving security and cooperation in the area of information technology, which has become an important factor in achieving development and stability. In the 37th session of the Council of Foreign Ministers held in Tajikistan 2010, it invites those member states which are yet to join the OIC cert to do so and extend the necessary support to it in order to enable it to continue its activities aimed at realizing security and cooperation in the area of IT, which has become a crucial factor in achieving development and stability. The vision statement of the OIC cert is to be a leading cybersecurity platform to make the world a safe cyberspace. Mission statement, a platform to develop cybersecurity capabilities to mitigate cyber threats by promoting global collaboration. The objectives are to strengthen relationships among CERTs in the OIC member countries, OIC CERT partners, and other stakeholders in the OIC member domain, encouraging experience and information sharing, preventing and reducing cybercrime, harmonizing cybersecurity policy, laws and regulations, various cybersecurity capabilities, awareness amongst members countries, promoting collaborative research, development, and innovation in cybersecurity, promoting international cooperation, international cybersecurity organizations, and assisting OIC cert member countries with the establishment and development of their national cert, because we recognize that some of the development levels of countries may not be at the same level, so some may need assistance. Now, before I go further, I would like to talk a little bit about my organization, which is Cybersecurity Malaysia. It is a government agency, a specialist technical agency under the Ministry of Digital Malaysia. Basically, we're set up to monitor the national security aspect of Malaysia and to provide specialized cybersecurity services and continuously identifies possible areas that may be detrimental to national security and public safety. And our vision for Cybersecurity Malaysia is to be a world-class cybersecurity specialist agency, leading the development of a safer and more resilient cyber ecosystem to enhance national security, economic prosperity, and social harmony. Through provision of quality and impactful services, frontier expanding cyber knowledge and technical supremacy, and continuous nurturing of talent and expertise. Our services are basically divided into 5 areas: responsive services, proactive services, capacity building and outreach, strategic studies and engagement, industry research and development. I'll be talking a little bit more about Cybersecurity Malaysia and the cybersecurity landscape in Malaysia later this afternoon. So recognizing that cybersecurity, cybercrime is borderless, so we need to have cross-border cooperation. That's when we initiated together with like-minded countries since 2009, and we established this OIC cert business pillars, which are the organizational structure to establishment of coordinated effort among OIC cert national agencies to plan, detect, prevent, respond, and recover from cyber incidents, international cooperation and promotion, standards and regulations, technical and technology, capacity building, and awareness. Some of the activities that we have done include annual conferences, training and professional certification, journals, malware trend reports, OIC cert Global Cybersecurity Awards, and cyber drills to test the capability and competency of the teams in the OIC certs. In the area of standards, regulations, and publications, we have published annual reports, the activities, and we also work together with COMSTECH to provide updates on activities on OIC cert. And on standards and guidelines, we have published standards, for example, on blockchain, service providers guidelines, 5G as mentioned earlier, and others. So this is a list of online training and webinars that we have held with OIC cert countries. For example, in 2003, we have some organized by Indonesia, Malaysia, and other countries, and Brunei. In 2024, we have, for example, on development of OIC cybersecurity operating policies, procedures, and best practices, and other capacity building measures. These are some of the technical working groups and study groups I mentioned just now. 5G, the lead is with Huawei and Malaysia. We have developed, update, and release 5G security framework comprising Part 1, 5G security repository, baseline security technical specification, cross-recognition of assurance methodology, and the rollout plan of the proof of concept and adoption. On cloud security, the lead is UAE and Egypt and Huawei to provide cloud security framework and to adopt this framework to support OIC member states telecom development, including cloud security guidelines, supporting technical guidelines, and multi-tiered security standards for OIC member states. On blockchain, lead on this is UAE and Brunei, exploring good practices of blockchain security based on national application practices. On supply chain security, the lead is Egypt, Oman, and Huawei. So they look into adopting supply chain security standard and best practices to guide members to return supply chain security issues to their essence. On AI security, the lead is Egypt and Oman, gaining insights to discuss the hot topic of AI security and effective knowledge transfer. On anti-ransomware 5G, the lead is Bangladesh and UAE to develop anti-ransomware and anti-fraud capabilities and build related management requirements with best practices. And on PQC, post-quantum computing security group, this being led by Bangladesh and Egypt to gain insights into and discuss the hot topic of post-quantum computing security and effectively transfer knowledge. And this is another area. This is on capacity building. We have a program called Global ACE, Global Accredited Cybersecurity Education Certification. It is basically because we recognize that getting international certification currently with the existing international, for example, IT Squared and others, is very, very expensive. So we want to work out a training scheme that is close to the requirements of the OIC cert countries and other developing countries. So the main point is to create world-class competent workforce in cybersecurity and promote development of cybersecurity professional programs within the region. And the objective is to establish professional certification program recognized globally, provide cybersecurity professionals with the right knowledge, skills, and attitude and experience, promote the development of cybersecurity professional programs globally, and ensure accredited personnel has been independently assessed and committed to a consistent and high-quality service level. A bit more detail. So the development partners of Global ACE include Institute of Higher Learning in Malaysia, professional training providers, and other international organizations. These are some of the list of Global ACE programs. For example, Certified Digital Forensic First Responder, Certified Information Security Management Systems Auditor, Certified Penetration Tester, Security Analyst, risk manager, law practitioner, and so on. All these are available on the Global ACE website that we have published online. And we also have published online journals for the past since before, I think, 2018. And it can be downloaded on the internet. It's indexed by the major scopers and all that, and provides a platform for academia and practitioners in cybersecurity to share experience and knowledge and seek original contributions concerning any aspect of cybersecurity research and best practices dealing with the development, usage, failure, success, policies, and strategies and applications. And then contributions from both scholars and practitioners involved in research management and utilization of cybersecurity solutions. So the aim and the scope is to publish papers that are influential in the area of cybersecurity and interdisciplinary articles, including aspects from a wide variety of cybersecurity disciplines. Okay, and we are actually now calling for papers for the next edition for volume 6 in 2025. And there are no publication fees, so please, you can visit our website at oiccert.org. So, way forward. We would like to strengthen relationship among certs in the OIC member countries, OIC cert partners, and other stakeholders in the OIC member domain. by encouraging OIC member states to be OIC cert members to strengthen cyberspace communities. We want to promote continuous improvement through capacity building activities. For example, the OIC cert journal I mentioned just now and the Global AIDS Certification Program that covers the aspect of people, process, and technology to empower, sustain, and strengthen the cyberspace infrastructure and ecosystem to the OIC member states. We also want to expand collaborative efforts to the cybersecurity industry by focusing on cybersecurity development and innovation initiatives with the industry through with PPC, public-private cooperation. So our knowledge sharing through guidelines, standards, and best practices can be obtained from our website at oiccert.org. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. We'll be taking a lunch break now. So all of you can relax. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. So lunch will be served. And if anyone wants to go to the prayer room, the men's prayer room is on the 2nd floor. And the ladies' prayer room, I'll check, I believe it's on the 3rd floor. So please. Najeeb, ladies' prayer room? Third.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome on this international workshop on cybersecurity, landscape in OIC countries, issues and prospects. Welcome you here once again after the lunch. We have now a session number 2 that is about status of cybersecurity in OIC member states, policies and regulations. The country representation. Our first speaker is Ms. Zarifa S. Mustafa, Manager of Cybersecurity, Department of National Information Technology Development Agency. The title of the talk is Cybersecurity Landscape, Nigeria. So welcome to Ms. Zarifa S. Mustafa.
The moderator of the session mentioned, my name is Zarifa Mustafa. I work with the National Information Technology Development Agency, which is the IT regulatory, which is the agency in charge of regulating IT in Nigeria, regulation of regulation, development, and providing advisory services on IT in Nigeria. This session is actually supposed to be by 2 of us, I and my colleague, but he couldn't make it due to some challenges. And for Nigeria, we have a slightly different topic than what was mentioned, but still we'll look at the cybersecurity landscape in Nigeria. I just want to do a little experiment, and I hope you will indulge me. Is who here uses any of these? Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. I think almost all of us use one or two or more of these applications, and especially Microsoft Word. I think it's safe to say about 90% of us use this application. So, and how by using these applications, there's a chance that our data is being used by AI, it's being mined by AI to feed any information we use while using these applications are being used by these companies to give us a better experience. Well, this may be in the long run good for us because they streamline what we see on these applications based on our interests, but it also raises concerns on privacy. Anything that you do on your system, most likely someone has access to it based on the applications you use. There are ways that you can actually go and remove the options that gives these companies access to your private data. So there are notes that will be shared with your people who are interested in getting it after the presentation. So when we talk about cybersecurity threat landscape, it has so many aspects to it. But some of the ones that we kind of focus on are the ones that deny access to users, access to services that the user needs to have. There are so many ways that as countries that we can work together to ensure that threat landscape, we are at the forefront. Whatever comes to us in terms of adversaries or cybercrime, that we have the requisite knowledge, the skills, and also the infrastructure to counteract this attack. So it says here that the misperception that cybersecurity is not an African problem to solve. Of course, it's not an African problem. It's everybody's problem, whether you live in Africa or you live in Asia or in Europe, in the America. We all have these challenges. Cybersecurity is a challenge that everyone is facing. Because someone once mentioned that the cyber criminals, they operate at the speed of light, but the cyber, like the law enforcement, they operate at the speed of law. So the criminals are always ahead of us. In terms of the regulatory frameworks, there are a lot of regulatory frameworks that people can, or as countries that we can use. Different countries have their different regulations. An example is the standards on information security management system, that's ISO 27001. It focuses on technology standards, controls, and security, and there are certifications for organizations to conform with the provisions of the standards. We also have in Nigeria, the Nigeria Data Protection Act. The Nigeria Data Protection Act is about all about protecting data, the rights of the data owner, and so on. We have also like the certification, global certifications such as the Global A certification, which our colleague from Malaysia has also mentioned it. So these are some of the platforms, regulatory platforms that we can subscribe to. And when we talk about cybersecurity, we have to talk about critical infrastructure. In many nations now, our critical infrastructure have digital elements to them. There are some who still use legacy systems, but with time, this will have to be phased out to the ones that have digital capabilities. What are we doing to protect our critical infrastructure? And also, depending on the country, different countries have different ways of identifying and prescribing which sector in their economy is critical. So we may all have what's it called, like health. We all have different sectors of our economy. And in some cases, we'll have ones that are intersecting. So if in Pakistan, let's say, water is not a critical infrastructure, that doesn't mean in another country it will not be a critical infrastructure. So the different countries have ways of identifying which areas of their economy are critical. And when you look at the critical infrastructure, there are many layers to it, especially when you look at the dependencies. In terms of the physical, in terms of the human, in terms of the cyber. As the physical, what are the controls that you can use, physical controls to put on them? Put there to protect your critical infrastructure? What are the human controls that you can also put to protect the critical infrastructure? And lastly, the cyber aspect. We all know, or people say that humans are our greatest, weakest link. No matter how much you spend on cyber, if you're human, you don't have the right human running your systems or protecting your critical infrastructure, one click of button can bring down all that investment. Or a mistake, a link that someone sent, someone used a USB, a rogue USB on a device. All these are things that, as humans need to understand these issues so that they are not the weakest link. So here it is a saying by this David Satola. So if you do cybersecurity right, what happens? Really? Can anyone respond? If you do cybersecurity right, what happens? Nothing. Nothing happens. Because cybersecurity is not just about protecting systems, it's about protecting our nations, it's about protecting societies. You do everything right, yes, everything works great. But like I mentioned, a simple click of a button can bring down a whole network, can destroy your years of planning, can destroy all your investment in cyber. So you need to have a multifaceted approach in terms of cybersecurity, not just the people you work with, from parents at home to children in school. Everybody needs to be cyber aware. So these are some of the risk management frameworks that are available nationwide across the globe. And there are so many of them. You don't have to use, nobody can tell you, okay, this is the risk management framework you have to use, or that risk management framework. Whichever you choose will be based on its suitability to your situation. It's not one size fits all. If one works for you, it may not work for your neighbor. So, and depending on your need, the nature of your business, you need to decide which one will fit it that more. And here are some of the core elements across all the risk frameworks. We have the risk identification, assessment, treatment, continuous monitoring, and alignment with objectives. So whatever you do, without identification of your potential risk, then you can't really do an assessment. And it follows this pyramid. So once you identify your risk, you do the assessment, you can now think of what are the treatments, possible treatments that I can use to mitigate this risk. And then you need continuous monitoring. Just because you have treated the risk doesn't mean it cannot reoccur or it cannot come up in a different place. So you need to ensure that you monitor it continuously. And what are the objectives of your business? Does it align with the objectives of your business? Whatever risk control or risk framework you're using, you have to look at the business objective of your organization. So an example is from the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy of Nigeria. When the strategy was in development, it was agreed that the different organizations will be in charge of implementing different parts of the cybersecurity policy and strategy. And part of one of the outcomes of that strategy is the creation of an entity called the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. So initially, there were people who were of the opinion that all those, the implementation should be under or should be monitored by the NCCC. But the NCCC, this cybersecurity policy and strategy was developed and adopted in Nigeria in 2021. But the NCCC was fully established this year, which means that if that was followed, it means that the cybersecurity policy and strategy implementation would have stalled until the establishment of the NCCC. So these are some of the things that countries need to be aware of. We don't want to have a single point of failure. We need to have backup. We need to have other organizations working together, and also as countries, we need to work together. So this is just like an interactive kind of session on risk assessment. I hope you will take part. So as we are all from different organizations. So anyone, just 2 or 3 people, list the vulnerabilities of one critical sector that you know, either energy, telecommunications, finance, health, any of those ones. The vulnerability is just one vulnerability. Sorry? Energy, what is the vulnerability? Okay, so energy. So if you've identified some vulnerabilities, so what are the connections between like energy and telecoms? If the telecom sector now comes down, do you think it will affect that energy sector? So this is just an example of how interconnected most of these critical sectors are. If one goes down, there's every possibility that it will affect a different sector, not necessarily on the same scale. Some may be very on a very high scale. An example is your bank. If your telecom sector comes down, will you be able to use your bank? A lot of these things have gone digital. So any disruption in one sector, there's every possibility it will affect another sector. And in terms of energy, if the power goes down, like for the whole of Islamabad, if the power goes down, what happens? Probably it will affect the health sector. It will probably affect the banking, because even though there will be alternative sources of power, what can it run indefinitely forever? So these are some of the things when we're looking at risk we need to take into consideration. So still in looking at the risk, how do you decide which sector has priority? How do you decide which sector needs to be the focus? If you say energy, what happens when the telecoms go down? If you say telecoms, what happens when the energy sector goes down? If you say banking, it's just, how do you look at it? And so you need to understand the one that most of these sectors rely on should be, logically, should be the one that you concentrate on and ensure that it's part of your, it has, you provide the resources to protect that sector. And also in terms of now, when wars are fought, the critical sectors are being targeted. We see situations where critical sectors of countries are being targeted in attacks, either cyber attacks or physical attacks. So we need to ensure that whatever we're doing, we have frameworks that can protect our sector. And well, this is just talking about strategy. We as humans, we love strategies. We write strategies, we write frameworks, we write guidelines, but when it comes to the implementation of it, usually it's not as high. The writing and the discussion and all the roundtables take more precedence than the actual implementation of this framework. where you find a lot of frameworks, beautifully written frameworks or strategies, but no implementation. And then after some years, it has the lifespan of that strategy or policy is over. Then we start talking about another strategy, another implementation. So whatever we're doing, we should make sure that it's something that we can implement, not something that is just beautiful to look at. Right, so this is still talking about risks and how we can mitigate risk in terms of resilience and future planning. So these are just a simple case study mostly from Nigeria. So in Nigeria, we have the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, which I mentioned earlier. And in the National Cybersecurity and Strategy, in terms of implementation, different organizations are given the responsibility of implementing this parts of the policy and strategy to ensure that we don't have one single point of failure. Another case is the case of the NDPC, that's Nigerian Data Protection Commission. We have the Nigerian Data Protection Act, where the NDPC is the organization that is overseeing the act. But there are different organizations, like it's an ecosystem where there are different organizations who are in charge of different parts of the ensuring that data subjects are protected. So we have the DPCOs, which are the compliance organizations. They do the audit for organizations for like for all the companies. They do the audit to ensure that they are complying with the provisions of the law. We have the data protection officer. So each organization is supposed to have a data protection officer within the organization. We have the data controllers and data processors. And what NDPC does is to provide an oversight. It doesn't do the implementation by itself. After the audits, the data DPTOs just submit the reports and to show that, okay, this organization has complied either or has not complied with the provisions on the law. And whatever sanctions that the NDPT will can met out with this organization. And all organizations that are registered in Nigeria must comply with this act. Another example is the Cybersecurity Act of Singapore, which focused a lot on capacity development. Like I mentioned, our humans are perceived to be the weakest link, no matter how good your technology is. And whatever controls you implement in place, if the people controlling it or operating these systems are not, don't have the requisite skills and knowledge, then it's as well as leaving your door wide open. And Estonia also, what they have a kind of model where they work with the civilians, the military works with civilians in ensuring that they protect the resiliency of their country. So these are some of the things that we can learn, lessons that we can learn from other countries. And finally, when we're, as OIC countries, we need to work together. We can't say that just because we are working with one country is providing support to us in terms of capacity, or what kind of support is providing that we cannot work with another country. We don't want to be held to ransom to just a country. And we, as OIC, we can also work together to provide capacity development opportunities within OIC countries. We can also adapt different tools. If Nigeria, if we have tools that we develop that can be of benefit to other countries, we should be able to share it. So really, this slide is mostly about building our capacities, building our industries to ensure that we don't have to rely on the powers that be to provide such support to us. We should be able to provide this support to ourselves. So this is in conclusion, the ABC of cybersecurity: assume nothing, believe no one, and check everything. So Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Daripa. Our next speaker is Mr. Fakri, Head of Malware Research Laboratory, Azerbaijan Government Search. His topic is strengthening national cybersecurity, Azerbaijan Government Search rule in protecting state institutions. We welcome Mr. Fakri.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fakri Jafarov. I represent Azerbaijan government SERB, and I will talk about our experience, case studies, and applied technologies. Azerbaijan government SERB operates under special communication and information security state service, and our main constituency is security of all government institutions. We implementing a centralized management system for security solutions of government institutions. So although we operate like an ISP and provide all state institutions with a security network named ASTECnet. In fact, the relevant structural units of our service provide optical line laying, transmission, and MPLS services to all government agencies. And like as Azerbaijan government said, our department deals purely with network security, like as configuring anti-DDoS, next generation firewalls, IDS and IPS, and so on. Our second main activity is COVAS domain systems and providing hosting service. In accordance with the relevant legislation, all information resources must be audited first by us and made public only after receiving positive result. Also, all internal information resources must be audited by our service. Another our main activity is state email service, centralized state email service. What's the advantage of centralizing emails? The advantage of centralizing emails is that when anomaly or threat is detected, it both facilitates investigation and also help us to respond promptly. When phishing campaigns occur or anomaly detected, we can easily detect which government agencies are targeted, and we quickly must work on ASTECnet network or indicators of compromise on state email service. One of the other critical departments is Cybersecurity Operations Center. This center operates on 24/8 basis and identifies cyber incidents from various sources. As you know, there are different sources of threats like internet threats, email threats, hacker attacks on electronic information resources, and so on. Here we monitor the entire ASTECnet network, COVAS domain, by posting traffic, email security logs, and incident gets from EDR and XDR endpoint protections platform. Also, our security operation centers according to the legislation to our country, all security solutions like antiviruses used in the environment of government institutions should be agreed with our service. We also provide a centralized endpoint protection platform and EDR solutions to organizations. Moreover, we heavily use cyber threat intelligence services. We perform constant monitoring of our digital assets for security vulnerabilities, timely detection of forged and impersonated domains, and nationwide monitoring of liquid credentials on the dark web and black market. One of the other important directions is development. One of the important matters mentioned in cyber strategy of Azerbaijan Republic on cybersecurity and information security for 2023 and 2027 is giving priority to national solutions. Therefore, the service provided by our service to other institutions, as well as membership portal for OIC CERT, we prepared by our development team. One platform I would like to highlight here is electronic ticketing system that we have developed to ensure the exchange of information between the employees responsible for information security of government institutions and our employees working in the relevant service field. On this platform, all government agencies and critical infrastructures operating in our can open ticket to us for various classifications and gets an immediate response. Another one of the services we have developed to and provide to organizations is an centralized form as an SMS provider in the SMS service. In addition, we have a platform called Blacklist for us, which we use in two directions, private and public. In public version, you can find all phishing, fake dummies, phishing emails, and compromised sites. You can export this data and use in your internal firewalls to block connections. But in the private version, we can add data only targeted government institutions, government agencies. Its data is not public. We use in private mode. As Azerbaijan government said, one of the most successful and constantly implemented practices by us is the cyber hygiene measures. We educate the community in several ways. First, Information Security Journal, publish it quarterly and distribute it to all government institutions free of charge. The second is Information Security Calendar Project. We have been implementing it for the second year in a row, and every month we have dedicated to a various topic and hold a seminar by opening live broadcast on YouTube. Smart calendars were printed in desktop and larger formats and distributed to government institutions. By scanning the QR code of the calendar, it's either possible to join to the live seminar or watch the video recordings of previous topics. Learning management systems, platform, special trainings and self-assessment tests are conducted for employees or state institutions. Phishing attack simulations, periodically we conduct tests against employees to determine the cybersecurity risk score in all organizations. And I want to talk about malware research laboratory. Malware research laboratory was created by specialists engaged in malware research and malware analysis and research. The main goal of the laboratory is the analysis and investigation of malicious software targeted critical information infrastructure and government agencies of Azerbaijan Republic. Also, we developed our products. The first national antivirus was developed in 2018. Other project is Tucipalion, is lightweight malware forensic tool developed to assist in cyber incident investigations. It helps efficiently gather and store system artifacts that may contain traces of malware, minimizing time loss. Unlike traditional forensic tools that analyze entire system drives or memory, Tucipalion focuses on collecting specific relevant data, reducing the volume of information and improving efficiency. During the investigation of cyber incident by malware research lab, the trail of cyber criminal group operating in 135 countries was uncovered through analysis and reverse engineering of the malware. Intelligence gathering measure led to the capture of the malware central control server. The analysis of the gathered data revealed that the cyber criminal group had infected a total 270,741 computers across 135 countries. You can see top 10 infected countries and the operation named Universal Mining. We blocked all indicators of compromise for government agencies and for state. The cloud seeding operation, where a cyber espionage group named Cloud Atlas was identified within a government organization. This group targeted confidential data, including passwords, documents. Malware research lab tracked the attack, gathered evidence, and created solutions to reduce its impact. Other malware targeted our government agencies is Agent Tesla. Agent Tesla is sophisticated malware primarily used for stealing sensitive data, such as login credentials, keystrokes, and clipboard information. It often spreads through phishing campaigns. The malware research lab helps detect and analyze threats like Agent Tesla by studying malware behavior and developing strategies to reduce the impact. One of the other important directions for malware research lab is educating people who are new to this field. A memorandum of cooperation has been signed between the State Service of Special Communication and Information Security of Azerbaijan Republic and the Azerbaijan Technical University. And according to this memorandum, Malware Research Lab provides trainings for students interested in malware analysis. I gave you general information about our activities in the direction of cybersecurity and the work done in Azerbaijan. I hope it will be useful. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Fakri. Our next speaker is Professor Ibrahim, a cybersecurity expert from Gebze Technical University, Turkey. His topic is cybersecurity landscape in Turkey. So we welcome you, sir. Please.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the international workshop on cybersecurity landscape in OIC countries. In this context, I will explain cybersecurity landscape in Turkey using systematic approach. And content of our presentation is organization, governance, homeland defense. Can you read presentation? Okay, that's research and education, new technology and new products, and awareness of users, application and review, conclusion. Components of cybersecurity, as you know, I have classified governance and regulations related with governmental organization and defense of country related military organization, research and manpower education related with university and education system, and technology and product development related with private sector and commercial companies, and awareness of end users. These items related with national society organizations, applications, as you know, related with all of the partners or components. Organizations in Turkey, Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure is responsible for communication and these infrastructure. Information Communication Technology Subdivision, Technology Authority is subdivision of the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, is responsible for the communication infrastructure and cybersecurity precautions and measures. And as you know, Computer Emergency Response Team Organization is subdivision of Information and Communication Technologies Authority. Firstly, cybersecurity strategy documentation should be prepared and declared all of the participants. As you know, all of the companies, all of the countries should prepare this type of document. Our plan of strategic objective for cybersecurity for 2024 and 24 and 26, 27, excuse me. Main goals of these strategic objectives are summarized following items: cyber resilience, proactive cyber defense and deterrence, human-centric cybersecurity approach, take use of technology and its contribution to cybersecurity, local and national technologies in combating cyber threats, Turkey brand, international product, and another organization and other responsible institutes are summarized as follows. Firstly, Turkish Armed Forces, as I mentioned before, is related with military, and I will explain briefly this organization or this organization following page. Then another organization, Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, is responsible to support university research universities and commercial companies for some projects, and also research institute, cybersecurity research institute is a subdivision of this organization. And another organization, Disaster and Emergency Management Presidency, is responsible from emergency case solution. And there are another organization named as Cybersecurity Board, responsible for advising some cybersecurity policy and strategies for the government organizations. Then another responsible organization, General Directorate of Security, Department of Combating Cybercrime. This is police organization, as you know. And another organization working on cybersecurity, national intelligence organization, this organization collects the intelligence about the cybersecurity. And as you know, for cybersecurity, legal regulations should be required to manage cybersecurity workings, and some legal regulations was realized using some or making regulation rules. Military section of this organization, Turkish Armed Forces Cyber Defense Command, Turkish Cyber Army known as Cyber Defense Command, goals of this organization to protect the country from external cyber attacks. Main tasks of this organization can be summarized as follows: to ensure the cyber defense of all systems of the Turkish Armed Forces in the cyber environment, to be ready to respond in cyber incidents 7 days, 24 hours, and to participate in exercise conducted by NATO or nationality, and to conduct awareness and training activities, to conduct cybersecurity audits on networks used by the other institutions. And another important component of the cybersecurity organization university is responsible research and manpower education. As you know, manpower is very important subject for cybersecurity work and cybersecurity system. Firstly, you should educate professional cybersecurity experts. The skills of the cybersecurity expert can be summarized as follows: non-military cyber strategy and tactics able to conduct cyber exploitation and cyber attack and cyber defense operations, and knowing cyber intelligence gathering, cyber attacks and defense techniques. This class of persons should solve many tactics and technology knowledge to fight cyber attacks and cyber incidents. And another class, cyber security literacy. This person generally end users and other parties. Skills of this class of persons are knowing the concept of cybersecurity, and this type of persons constitute users. You know this schema. Cyber force manpower, skills of cyber force manpower should the ability, military policy, cyber strategies, cyber tactics, and cyber space process, and cyber intelligence, cyber attack technologies of cyber defense. In our education, cyber security education system, professional cyber security experts to be educated using this concept. And in our universities, last 20 years, 192 MS PhD thesis can has been completed, and we have cybersecurity undergraduate program in two university, MS PhD program 25 university. One of them is in my university, and technician education 11 program conducted to technician education. And another component of the cybersecurity, private sector, cybersecurity presidential route is action, and goals of this organization increase number of cybersecurity companies in Turkey, support the technical, administrative, and financial development of the members, to improve the standards of the cybersecurity ecosystem, to assist the branding of its members' products and services, to enhance the competitiveness of the members in national and global markets, to increase the quantity and quality of the cybersecurity workforce, to raise public awareness about cybersecurity, and maybe you know Turkish brand antivirus program known as COMSTECH. Maybe you can investigate in internet. COMSTECH is the generally good antivirus program produced by Turkish software developers. And national society organizations, another part of the cybersecurity system, also the organization raising awareness of end users. As you know, in cybersecurity chain, weakest link of users are known as weakest link of the cybersecurity chain. So we should educate to increase their awareness of for the cybersecurity, all of the users. And national society organizations get an important role to increase the awareness of the users. Some of the NSOs in Turkey, Information Security Association, Public Cybersecurity Association. I have started this organization in 2013, and I have managed it for 4 years, and then I have transferred this organization to the younger people, and currently they manage this organization. And another NSO is ATG. As you know, all of the measures and procedures to apply with coordination, Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure review because your or measures should be reviewed periodically. Cyber attack and exercises. Responsibility is important. All of the cyber defense partners are responsible to conduct cybersecurity precautionary measures. Locally, these are general applications. Local applications generally conduct penetration tests for the IT infrastructure. And where is the Turkey's rank of the cybersecurity measures? As you know, International Telecommunication Union prepared a global cybersecurity index for 2024. In this report, Turkey has presented as role model country. There are another countries in this class. And areas of relative strength of Turkey, you see from the presentation, legal measures, technical measures, organizational measures, capacity development measures, and cooperation measures are evaluated as powerful items for Turkey. And my presentation will be very short. Conclusion scientific work, as you know, strategy in cybersecurity is a very important item for cyber defense systems. We accept cyber defense strategy as field defense. I will explain field defense concept tomorrow's presentation, my tomorrow's presentation. And institutional security infrastructure studies, then military defense studies, leading undergraduate and postgraduate programs, educational programs, research and development collaborations with international university, military institutions, private sector. National product development is important item for research. Cyber defense exercises, because your measures should be tested using cyber defense exercises, and these can be expensive contest for all of the countries. Awareness studies should be applied for all of the users. And another action, cybersecurity workshop, conference, and another scientific activities. Other actions, AI for cybersecurity, sometimes some science fiction cases should be organized. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. If you have some questions, I can try to answer them. Okay, thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Our next speaker is Mr. Askar from Kazakhstan, KZ-CERT. His topic is challenges facing KZ-CERT in countering modern threats. We welcome you, sir, Mr. Askar.
Dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to organizers of this event for opportunity to speak before you and present my report on the challenges faced by KZ-CERT service in countering modern threats. Before I will begin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Askar Shekif. I am the chief architect at the joint stock company, State Technical Service. My research focuses on malware analysis and the study of advanced system threats. In this presentation, we will cover the following topics. First, I will introduce you the cybersecurity system that exists in Kazakhstan. Then I will discuss the role of state technical service and its relationship with KZSERV. After that, I will present three challenges faced by KZSERV and talk to you about the negative factors contributing to this problem. In conclusion, I will offer some proposals within the framework of Organization of Islamic Cooperation for your consideration. As in other countries, the responsibilities for ensuring cybersecurity are included in legislation. In the Republic of Kazakhstan, there are several sector-specific laws regulating this area. The main one is the law on informatization, which establishes the existence of a state regulator of information security in the person of the Digital and Space Ministry. Also, its law assigns the system owners the responsibility of ensuring information security. Special attention is paid to the protection of personal data, for which there is a separate law. The law on communications defines basic requirements for website owners regarding to the encryption of transmitted data and obligates internet providers, internet service providers, or telecommunication operators to operate in cybersecurity area. A somewhat different cybersecurity system exists for banks and other financial organizations. Additionally, certain cybersecurity functions are assigned to the National Security Commission, which holds as the status of special service and law enforcement agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Thus, the established system has three main organizations responsible for ensuring cybersecurity. The Digital and Space Ministry acts as a regulator that defines the rules for ensuring cybersecurity and oversees their enforcement. One of the important tasks of the ministry is managing the list of critical infrastructure objects. Moreover, the ministry has authority to conduct administrative investigations and impose fines for violations of information security requirements, including for critical infrastructure objects and organizations involved in the collection and processing of personal data. The technical implementation of protecting government bodies from cyber threats is entrusted to the National Security Commission. The state technical service, which I represent, is subordinate to this body. Additionally, the National Security Committee inspects and issues licenses to private companies that provide services of security operation centers. Usually, it conducts provided for objects of critical infrastructure. For financial organizations, regulatory requirements for information security are determined by the Agency for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market, which implements its own system, taking into account the specificities of the banking sector. The State Technical Service is a government company established in 2008 to undertake tasks in the field of telecommunications infrastructure security. Initially, the company was subordinate to the Ministry of Communications. In 2011, the company was entrusted with the function of National Cert Service. And by 2017, STS was transferred under authority of the National Security Commission. The role of the National Cert was the first for STS in the field of the information security. With the development of cyber threats, STS acquired new roles as the National Coordination Center for Information Security and the State and Government Security Operations Center. The first role involves interaction with private companies that provide security operations center services for critical infrastructure objects. The second role involves providing such services directly to the most important government agencies, like ministries or agencies under command of president. Let me now turn to the challenges facing the KZSERV service. Currently, the role of KZSERV is limited to interacting with citizens and organizations that do not fall under the sphere of the NCIS and GSOC regarding response to the information security incident. Therefore, the challenges I'm about to discuss are characteristics of cybersecurity threats specific to citizens and private organizations. According to the information from General Prosecutor's Office of Kazakhstan, the damage from fraud and scamming in 2023 amounted to 300 million United States dollars. Victims included 44,000 citizens and total of 22,000 criminal cases related to internet fraud were registered. In cooperation with telecommunication operators, over 44 million suspicious foreign calls were blocked, which helped reduce the number of fraud cases by 30%. The problem is exacerbated by the fact that fraudsters use advancements in science and technology to commit their crimes. For instance, deepfake technology is used to deceive citizens and bypass biometric authentication in banking applications. Moreover, large language models, LLM, are used to lure users into conversations with fraudsters. After that, a human takes over the dialogue following standard problem procedures. Law enforcement agencies reported that only 11% of the total amount of phones were returned to the frauded victims. So what is the reason of such a large number of online fraud cases when previously such a phenomenon was not so widespread? Experts believe that this is connected with Russia's efforts to combat fraud. As you know, both Kazakhstan and Russian Federation are part of the ex-Soviet Union and therefore close in culture and linguistic terms. Therefore, when cybersecurity measures were strengthened in Russian Federation, some cyber criminals turned their attention into that Kazakhstan. Now let's consider the factors that negatively impact the fight against online fraud. One of the factors is, oddly enough, the high level of digitalization. According to United Nations data, in 2023, Kazakhstan ranked 28 in terms of e-government development. Now, almost any service can be obtained online, not only through the official portal and official application, but also through third-party applications and websites, such as banking applications and banking websites. However, as we know, the convenience of using digital services conflicts with ensuring cybersecurity. Malicious actors take advantage of this. They often resort to cunning ways to deceive users in order to obtain an electronic digital signature, after which they can perform any operations within government or within banks. Another factor is that SET cannot cope with problems on its own time, efforts to overcome which affect the interests of many stakeholders. For example, an anti-fraud center requires access to banking data and information about fraud. This necessitates interaction between digital and space industry, the Agency for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market, all banks, all telecommunication operators, and other entities. And this is just one of many other such cases. The final factor I would like to mention is that reactive measures are ineffective. According to prosecutors' report, about 80% of all criminal cases had to be closed due to inability to find suspects. This means that same people are involved in fraud and deception, committing crimes over and over again. Since criminal prosecution measures are ineffective, it is necessary to focus on proactive measures. The rise of artificial intelligence not only presents threats, but also poses significant challenge for protecting systems that utilize artificial intelligence. One of the key tasks of national service is to develop and implement methods capable of defending the system against cyber attacks. Protecting AI system requires new approaches and technologies that can effectively counter both internal and external threats. First and foremost, it's crucial to protect the data on which AI systems are trained and operate. Vulnerabilities in this data can lead to manipulation of AI results or even a complete loss of control over the system. We need to develop methods that ensure secure storage and processing of data, as well as the detection and prevention of the unauthorized access. Attention should be given to the developing self-defense mechanisms of AI systems. This involves training systems to recognize potentially malicious actions and independently take measures to neutralize them. Such steps can significantly enhance the resilience of AI systems to cyber attacks and reduce reliance on external proactive and protective mechanisms. In conclusion, to effectively protect systems that use AI, all stakeholders need to continuously update their knowledge and technology. Only so ongoing improvement and adaptation to new challenges can be ensure reliable protection and stable operation of AI systems in rapidly evolving digital world. Let's move to the factors that negatively affect on protection of AI systems. One key factor is the rapid development of AI, which has led to the shortage of regulatory and technical frameworks for ensuring AI cybersecurity. Existing cybersecurity standards and practices often cannot keep pace with swift changes in this field, resulting in vulnerabilities and threats for which effective countermeasures have yet to be developed. Another serious problem is our architecture of neural networks known as a black box. This means that after a model trained and deployed, it becomes extremely difficult to analyze and verify its contents and actions. This approach complicates the identification and elimination of potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malicious actors. A third challenge for National Test Service is ensuring the security of outdated devices. As technology evolves and new threats emerge, older devices often cannot support the latest security updates. This makes them vulnerable to attacks and malware. Hackers can easily exploit known vulnerabilities in such devices to infiltrate systems, creating significant risks for overall security of the infrastructure. Additionally, there are difficulties that steps face when responding to incidents involving outdated devices. Such devices may not support modern security and analyze methods, significantly complicating the detection and elimination of threats. Incident response specialists are forced to find workarounds and develop special approaches to work with outdated systems, which require additional resources and time. Moreover, the obsolete device creates additional challenges for updating and maintaining the security of the entire infrastructure. Integrating old and new technologies often comes with complexities that lead to new vulnerabilities. To protect us securely, we need to develop strategies and methods that minimize risks associated with using outdated devices and ensure maximum protection of the entire system. After outdated devices cannot be updated or replaced, which creates additional risks and challenges for ensuring security. Some of these devices may be critically important for certain systems or processes, and their replacement may involve significant cost or even impossible due to incompatibility with new technology. In such cases, it is important to develop customized protection methods that compensate the lack of updates and maintain a high level of the security. Let's now consider possible efforts that could help overcome the challenges mentioned in this presentation. I want to emphasize that the points listed are merely reflections of possible solutions and do not constitute as official proposals from CyberSecurity. One of the most effective mechanisms of COMSTECH for pooling resources to solve problems is existence of inter-Islamic networks.
Given the importance of the issues raised concerning the protection of artificial intelligence systems and cryptography, it makes sense to form a working group or special interest group in this area. The most suitable inter-Islamic network for this is the Inter-Islamic Network on Information Technology. But it may be worthwhile to consider the feasibility of creating a new inter-Islamic network dedicated to cybersecurity issues. Moreover, the foundation of research can be enhanced by creating opportunities to access commercial partners service as the nation. The most demanded services in our team are malware analysis and threat intelligence services. Another possibility could be the creation of a system for sharing threat intelligence data using software like LIFT and NVDB for their equivalent. Since this software is open source, it requires virtually no resources except for the server equipment and man-hours for system administration. Another thought could be creation of a specialized platform for informal interaction among employees of national services. Currently, our work is limited to exchanging information through formal channels, which does not allow us to fully harness the potential of collective experience and knowledge. A platform for continuous and informal communication would be able to maintain constant contact, share best practices, and promptly resolve emerging issues, strengthening our community of cybersecurity professionals. In conclusion, joint incident response in information security is vital for comprehensive threat mitigation. Collaboration and joint effort among businesses, government agencies, and international partners enhance security, quickly neutralize threats, and minimize attack impact. Relying solely on a national threat limits capabilities, while collective efforts provide robust security. International cooperation is also essential for strengthening global cybersecurity. Sharing best practice among national threats enhances capabilities, speeds up response time, and improve resilience. Collective effort leads to standardized procedures and a united defense against cyber threats, making cooperation as a robust cybersecurity. Thank you very much for the attention. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akhtar. Our next speaker is Mr. Fazlan Abdullah, Acting Head, Preemptive Technology and Services Division of Cybersecurity, Malaysia. His topic is Digital Security Landscape in Malaysia. So we welcome Mr. Fazlan Abdullah.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon again. I'll try to make this short as possible so that you all can go home early today. Hopefully, I can finish it in about half an hour. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier this morning, my name is Fazlan Abdullah. I am from Cybersecurity Malaysia. This is my little bit long presentation on the landscape in Malaysia. Now, a little bit of detail about Malaysia. Our population is about 33.59 million, very much less than Pakistan. And our internet penetration, the last measurement is about 97.4%. So we are one of the highest users of Facebook, social media, e-commerce, banking, online shopping, and so on. And currently, we are facing a lot of challenges to face the emergence of new technologies. amplifying the complexities of the cyber ecosystem, driving this innovation. For example, AI, IoT, 5G, quantum computers, and the rise of quantum resistant computing, cryptography, sorry. And then also the digital transformation. Previously, we were talking about Industry 4.0. Now we are talking about Industry 5.0, where machines evolve beyond automation, becoming intelligent collaborators and creating a dynamic synergy between human creativity and machine precision, making tasks autonomous, faster, and more efficient. And cyber attacks, they have physical consequences. People can die from cyber attacks. I think a lot of you know already about Stuxnet and what happened, the attack on power systems, nuclear plants, and so on. And this is a prediction from the World Economic Forum. The global risk currently in 2 years will be misinformation, and cyber insecurity will be the top number 1 and number 4. And in the next 10 years, number 5 is misinformation and disinformation. Number 6, adverse outcomes of AI technology. Number 8, cyber insecurity. So these are, I think, the forecast. And the evolution of cyber threat. I've heard mentioned before that we are facing, previously, we are talking about these hackers are coming from pranksters, youngsters who just want to show their skills, being kiddish. But more and more, they realize that they can make money from hacking. And also, they are looking into getting into your system through insiders. There are some research that says that insider threats are one of the highest potential threats to your organization. Some say that the cyber threat, some say that 60% of threats, even more, could be actually from insiders. And aside from that, as I mentioned just now, instead of becoming prankster, they are now becoming organized cyber criminals. Now, these organized cyber criminals are even more organized than certain countries because they work cross-border, whereas in countries we have to sometimes have mutual legal cooperation between borders, between police and so on. And the higher levels are nation-state cyber attacks. More and more we see that one country saying that another country is trying to hack them. There is now a rise of the word cyber Cold War. So I don't have to elaborate between which blocks that we're talking about. And then another thing that we are concerned about is on cyber terrorism, where the intention could be causing mass chaos, disrupting critical infrastructure, and inflicting physical damage. Okay, and the other threat, AI. This is another report from the World Economic Forum, saying the next 2 years, they asked the question, will it provide, AI will provide advantage to attackers or defenders? And the mass response is that 56% say it will actually benefit attackers, AI, and only 8.9% AI will benefit the defenders. And another question, what are you most concerned about in regards to generative AI's impact on cyber? 46% are concerned that advanced adversarial capabilities, phishing, malware development, and deepfakes using AI. And then all of these cyber incidents are occurring daily. There's no stopping. There's some research that says as soon as you put up a server on the internet, within 10 or 20 minutes, it is already started to get attacked. And Malaysia, we are not immune. These are some of the cases that have been reported. Prasarana, that is one of our major mass transportation of our local metro transport, local train transport. And then there's another report saying 1,192% surge in data breach cases. And then 3,000 cyber attacks each day. And these are just some of the cases of incidents referred to Cybersecurity Malaysia through our portal Cyber 999. The top 4 cyber incidents in Malaysia is fraud, malicious code, intrusion, and content related. So why do they happen? Number 1, financial gain. Number 2, they are exploiting people's vulnerability. Number 3, espionage, which is more of a nation-state kind of game. And then politically motivated propaganda, for example, from activists and so on. They're exploiting software and hardware vulnerability. Okay, so what is the government of Malaysia's effort in building up the resilience and cybersecurity of Malaysia? So this is a list of cyber laws and cybersecurity guidelines in Malaysia that have been implemented. The text is visible. The latest that have been passed is the Cybersecurity Act 854. It was passed, it came into law in 2024. I will talk a bit more about this. And currently, the Data Sharing Act and Online Safety Act has been passed in Parliament. It's going to go through formal process at the lower house. When it passed at the lower house, it will be going to the upper house and also to getting the royal assent from the king before becoming law. So we expect this to be law by inshallah next year. And then we also have a draft anti-cyberbullying laws because we see that now more and more cyberbullying. There's been cases of people committing suicide because of cyberbullying. And number 5, we have a PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act. It came out in 2010. And other cyberspace laws include the Computer Crimes Act 97, the Signature Act 97, Telemedicine Act, Communication and Multimedia Act, Optical Disc Act, and Electronic Commerce Act 2006. And there are also some non-cyber specific laws which can be used to regulate online matters. Because, for example, in cyberspace, there are some activities that are legal in other countries but illegal in Malaysia. For example, online gambling. In Western countries, it is perfectly legal to go betting online, but in Malaysia, it is illegal. Same again for, I'm sorry for those underage here, pornography. Pornography in other countries, it is perfectly legal, but in Malaysia, it is illegal. So sometimes we need to use laws such as the Penal Code, Evidence Act, Defamation Act, Copyright Act to enforce online activities. And on the right, these are some of the cybersecurity policy and strategies that have been developed in Malaysia. For a start, we had the Cybersecurity Policy, NCSP, in 2006. I'll be talking a little bit more about this. And we had a Malaysia Cybersecurity Strategy for 2020 to 2024. They are now developing a new version for 2025. We also have a Digital Economy Blueprint, a national policy on IR 4.0. We also have a cybersecurity framework for public sector, and we have the Central Bank Risk Management in Technology. This is a guideline that is compulsory for banks and financial institutions such as insurance companies. They must comply to. And then we also have cybersecurity best practices and guidelines that are issued by Cybersecurity Malaysia. Okay, this is a bit of the first cybersecurity policy that we had. This is one of the first in the region. The Ministry of Science and Technology carried out a study on the cybersecurity policy in 2005, and the draft policy was brought to the cabinet and approved in 2006. The policy, the objective is to address the risk, the critical national information infrastructure, to ensure that the NIIs are protected by developing and establishing a comprehensive program and framework. In the cybersecurity policy 2006, the vision is that Malaysia's critical information infrastructure shall be secure, resilient, and self-reliant. Infused with a culture of security, it will promote stability, social well-being, and wealth creation. Now, in the NTSP vision in 2006, there were 10 critical infrastructures identified, including banking, water, government, energy, health, and so on. And there are 8 policy thrusts in the policy, in cybersecurity policy, which is number 1 is effective governance. Number 2, legal and regulatory framework. Number 3, technology framework. Number 4, culture of security and capacity building, or basically training awareness. This is on the people aspect. Number 5, R&D towards self-reliance. I heard a few that speakers here mentioned about the need to have indigenous technologies so that you don't overly rely on foreign technology. So we are looking into that. On 6, compliance and enforcement of standards that have been imposed. And cybersecurity readiness, what to do in times of emergency. So we have developed a national cyber crisis management plan. We have conducted national cyber drills, we call it XMAYA, since 2008, involving all of our critical infrastructure. That's about 100 plus agencies were involved in the last cyber drill. And last but not least, this is where we are coming from, international cooperation, because we understand that cybersecurity is borderless and we need to have collaboration with our international friends. So this cybersecurity policy was updated to become the Malaysia cybersecurity strategy. In it, it has 5 pillars comprising of 12 strategies. The first pillar, similar to the previous one, is effective governance and management. The second is legislative framework and enforcement. Number 3, catalyzing world-class innovation, technology, R&D, and industry. Number 4, enhancing capacity and capability building, awareness and education. And number 5, again, strengthening global collaboration. This is also a framework that we have developed for the government sector. It is based on the NIST cybersecurity framework, based on identify, detect, protect, recover, response and recover. And we added another one, which is on procurement. Now we hear a lot about scams. Last year, the government of Malaysia is a national scam response center where you can call 997 and they will try as best as possible to stop any illegal transaction online. Now, as several have mentioned that it is very difficult to recover the money once it has been pulled out of your account. So we try to make it as soon as possible. If a Malaysian or anybody encounters a scam in Malaysia, to contact this number and they will try to work with the banks immediately to stop the flow of funds. Okay, this is the Cybersecurity Act that was passed this year. It was officially gazetted in June 2024. And the main components of the Act includes to cover service providers, the NCII, now they changed the name to National Critical Information Infrastructure. And there is a committee, there is a chief executive and NCII entities. Currently, there are 4 regulations that have been issued on the compounding of offences, licensing of cybersecurity service providers in Malaysia from the commencement of this Act. To provide cybersecurity service for critical infrastructure, you must get a license from the government. And there's also the third one on notification of cybersecurity incidents. Before this, there was no, it was not mandatory, it's not compulsory to report incidents, but with the passing of this Act, you have to report immediately or at least within 6 hours to the government. And number 4, there is a requirement for periodic cybersecurity risk assessment and audit. Now, the National Cybersecurity Committee is chaired by the Prime Minister, and the Secretariat is by another government agency under the National Security Council called NACSA, which stands for National Cybersecurity Agency. The members of this committee comprise of the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Communication, Ministry of Digital, the Inspector General of Police, and 2 cybersecurity experts appointed. Now, for the sector leads, previously there were 10 leads, 10 sectors. Now, they have identified an additional sector, science, technology, and innovation, and trade, industry, and economy. So the bullet points you see on the right are the sector leads that have identified. For example, under banking and finance, the sector leads are the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, the Executive Commission of Malaysia, and under the energy, the sector leads include the Ministry of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, the Energy Commission, the Department of Atomic Energy, and also the National Oil Company, Petronas. These are what NCII entities need to be responsible for. So they need to provide information about their critical systems to their sector lead. They have to conduct risk assessment once a year and conduct an audit every 2 years. And they need there's an obligation to report cybersecurity incidents and to implement the code of practice developed by the sector. Penalties for non-compliance, a fine of 200,000 or jail of 3 years, or if a failure to report cybersecurity incidents, to be fined up to 500,000 and jail 10 years or both. Now, 500,000 is about 120,000 US dollars. And I mentioned about cybersecurity incident notification. There is a need to provide a notification within 6 hours, or you will get penalty. And within 14 days, they must provide additional information such as the affected system, number of systems impacted, the evidence, the attacker method, and the impact of the critical infrastructure and actions taken. And these are some of the directives that have been issued by the NASA Chief Executive Officer. Basically, for example, on cybersecurity incident notification, licensing, entity designation, how to identify who are the entities, and then the policy of self-assessment and to conduct cybersecurity risk assessment. On personal data protection, as I mentioned just now, we had a law since 2010, and there are 7 principles in the Personal Data Protection Act, comprising of the general principle, notice and choice, disclosure, security, retention, data integrity, and access principles. And to align with the GDPR, recently the PDP has been amended, was approved this year, so that there is a requirement now for all data control organizations to have a data protection officer. There is a requirement to provide data breach notification within 72 hours, and data portability and border data transfer. Regarding AI, only recently on 20th of September, the government, under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, has developed a guideline, national guideline on AI governance and ethics to develop and deploy AI in a safe, trustworthy, ethical manner. And also, just recently, on the 12th of December, last week, there was a launching of the National AI Office, which is to lead on the high-tech future, to become the central authority driving Malaysia's AI agenda, to position the country as a key player in AI within ASEAN and the broader global landscape. Okay, as I mentioned just now, the journey and way forward, we started with the cybersecurity policy in 2006. And the latest, the Cyber Law, Cybersecurity Act 854 has been gazetted. And my organization, Cybersecurity Malaysia, I would like to explain a bit about from my organization and our role to protect the cybersecurity to combat cyber threats. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we started in 1997 as a Malaysian Computer Response Team, and we evolved to become Cybersecurity Malaysia in 2007. We were spun off from our previous organization, which is CMOS. And then in 2024, we were designated to report to the Ministry of Digital, the new ministry that set up early this year. Our vision is to be a world-class cybersecurity specialist agency, and the mission to lead development of a safer and more resilient cyber ecosystem to enhance security, economy, and social harmony. This is the mandate I mentioned earlier, the joint cabinet note for Cybersecurity Malaysia to be a national body to monitor the national security aspect, and also to provide specialized cybersecurity services and continuously identify possible areas that may be detrimental to national security and public safety. Our functions, initially we started as the MyCert, and then we added more services such as cyber emergency services, information security professional development and outreach with training and awareness, security quality management services. And then we added more roles such as industrial research development, cyber threat research and risk assessment, National Technical Coordination Center, and National Cyber Policy Implementation. Bear in mind that there was a mention just now that having a policy is very nice, but the most important is to ensure effective implementation of the policy, which is where cybersecurity plays a role. As a service, these are some of the services that we provide: the responsive service, proactive service, outreach and capacity building, practice study and engagement, industry research and development. On the responsive services, basically these are the services that we offer in times of cyber attack. So we provide services such as cyber CSI, crime scene investigation, that we provide forensic services to law enforcement agencies to gather on-site interpretation, evidence analysis, and provide expert witness in court. And cyber discovery is basically providing the same services to the private sector. And we also provide a service called cyber detect, eradicate, and forensics. This is where we go to an organization that's been attacked, and we try to mitigate and help the system to get back to normal. Also, one of our original service, Malaysia Computer Response Team, We provide emergency response, for example, on harassment, malware, intrusion, hack attacks, and so on. And on Cyber 999, this is a service in Malaysia. If you need a police or ambulance, you call 999 by telephone. But if you need cybersecurity assistance, you can contact Cyber 999. Meaning if your Facebook or WhatsApp, or you've been scammed or whatever, we provide coordination with other law enforcement agencies, with the police and so on. And this is to help everybody from students, children, private sector, even the government can contact this. We have apps, we have telephone, fax, anything that you can contact us. On proactive services, this is to help organizations and people to prepare against cyber attack. So we have a organization called MySAF, Malaysia Secure Evaluation Facility. This is basically a testing lab to test on security of products on ICT evaluation, security evaluation testing, based on, for example, quality assessment or common criteria assessment based on ISO 15408. And we have a lab that is accredited ISO 17025. And we also have Malaysia Vulnerability Assessment Center. This is basically a form to provide expertise in ICT vulnerability assessment, for example, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, industrial control, SCADA system security lab, secure software development lifecycle, IR 4.0, Internet of Things, and later we are looking into the digital identity card, and also the right now we are in Malaysia, we are working on My Digital ID for the like a digital identity card. And on cryptography development, we are looking into the latest algorithms developing for Malaysia. And we have to provide cryptographic evaluation laboratory, module validation, and then we also research and R&D on, for example, post-quantum cryptography algorithm. Proactive services again on infrastructure management and insurance. Basically, it's coming out with best practices and guidelines to provide audit consultation on ISO 2701, ISMS implementation and certification, and on certification, provide certification on people, process, and technology. On technology, we certify against ISO 15408 common criteria. On processes, ISMS, ISO 27001. On business continuity, ISO 22301. On cryptography, ISO 19790, and other schemes. The latest one is on privacy management. Outreach, we have a program called CyberSafe, Cybersecurity Awareness for Everyone. We provide programs with schools. We work with the Ministry of Education to come up with curriculum to be put into primary school, so that from the young age, children are aware of the risk of cybersecurity. We work with universities and high-level education system to put, we even have courses with local university on degree programs and master's programs on cybersecurity. So we have mentioned just cybersecurity prevention development. We also have the Global ACE scheme, and we work with OIC cert, and we have a list of training courses under cyberguru.my. On strategic study engagement, this is where I come in. We provide strategic advice to the government, feedback to stakeholders, and then provide government engagement, strategic engagement, and also international engagement. This is where my colleague working as the permanent secretariat for OIC cert, and they are also involved with the Asia Pacific cert. On industry and research development, we have collaboration program. We want to bring up the cybersecurity industry in Malaysia. So we have a program called CCP, Cybersecurity Malaysia Collaboration Program. And we also have a service called Malaysia Cybersecurity Clinic. This is basically a touch point for the people that want any services that CSM Cybersecurity is providing. For example, if you lost your data, you're corrupted within your hard drive or your thumb drive, you can bring it to Cybersecurity Malaysia to get it to be for the data to recover. Okay. I mentioned just now about the most important aspect of cybersecurity. which is people, education and awareness. These are some of the achievement that we have achieved is that we managed to win the WSIS competition, category 5 building confidence and security in the use of ICT. And in the middle of this year, we have also discussed with the government, and we plan to launch the Malaysia Cybersecurity Academy this year to address the shortage of skilled workers in cybersecurity, because with the additional laws that we have on Cybersecurity Act and so on, we foresee that there is a need for additional cybersecurity workers, and right now we are facing a large shortage. On guidelines, we have come up with many guidelines, for example, on industrial control system, secure software development lifecycle, IoT, IR 4.0, and cloud service provider. All these guidelines you can download on our website, cybersecurity.my. And we also work with international organizations, for example, Interpol. We have come up with guidelines for seizing virtual assets, for example, Bitcoin. So we work with Interpol to develop these guidelines, and then policy and procedure for seizing cryptography. We have developed a guideline for Malaysian local law enforcement on the processes to handle the seizing of Bitcoins, for example. And we also work together with Interpol to come up with a global guideline for digital forensic, which is launched in May 2019. In the acknowledgement, they basically mentioned cybersecurity nature, providing assistance to develop this guideline on behalf of Interpol. On the yearly event, we have an event called Cyber DSA, Defense Security. It's basically an event for the industry, the government, to meet and interact to show the best of both worlds, to transform nation, government, business, and society. So we would like to invite everyone here to our event next year. And we also address cybersecurity prevention measures via full compliance with the standard I mentioned just now, ISO 27001. Our labs are accredited to ISO 17025. And then we have gotten accreditation from the Escalate, American Society of Crime Lab Directors, for our forensic lab and so on. And we have more than 23 laboratories, for example, our digital forensic lab, our malware research lab, research center, cyber early warning systems, audio forensics, and so on. These are some of the research products from our forensic, for example, the coordinated malware eradication and remediation project. MASA, this is for detection of phishing, the malware research center. And this is Karimoto and Chamoto, basically on facial detection. And basically, we provide these services based on a holistic concept of people, process, technology. Usually in cybersecurity, people always think about technology, antiviruses, firewalls, and so on. But actually, the most important aspect is people, and not to be forgotten is as well as processes. You must have the at the lowest level, your organization policies. At the highest level, you must have laws, regulations, and guidelines. And on the high level, these are some of the last slides. CSM, cybersecurity measure, as we are the cybersecurity reference and specialist center, we provide support to enforcement, for example, the police, the telecommunication authority, banks, the national bank, and so on. On legislation, we work with the Attorney General Chambers or the National Cybersecurity Policy. We work with the National Security Council, the National Cybersecurity Agency. On R&D, we work with universities. The community, we work with NGOs and industry. And we also work on international collaboration because we recognize that cybersecurity is cross-border. So we are an active member in the ASEAN CERT, the Asia Pacific CERT, with first the Forum of Incident Response Teams, and of course, OIC CERT, which is why I'm here today. You on legal and policy framework, public and private partnership, and regional and global cybersecurity cooperation. I see that a few have mentioned about the Global Cybersecurity Index. To our great surprise, in 2014, when this the first issue of the Global Safety Index came out, we were placed number 3. So that was a pleasant surprise. And in 2017, also we achieved number 3 in the world. I will foresee that because a lot of countries will be increasing their own capabilities. So in 2020 report, we are ranked 5th, and in the latest one in 2024, we are ranked in the tier 1 role modeling. And these are the new area that we are looking at. I would like to bring, I think nobody has mentioned about this. This is basically on digital trust. This is a framework that has been come out by the World Economic Forum in about, I think, 2022. There are 3 main goals: security, reliability, accountability, oversight, inclusive, ethical, responsible use. And there are 8 dimensions, which cybersecurity is one of the dimensions, but there are others, for example, privacy, transparency, redressability, auditability, fairness, interoperability, and safety. So our Minister of Digital have already declared that we are looking into incorporating and making digital trust a national objective. So with that, in conclusion, I would like to say that cybersecurity is not a product but a process. There is no such thing as 100% security. Managing cyber risks arise from human errors is pivotal to navigating today's complex digital threat landscape. So basically, we need to be vigilant, to be resilient, to ensure a secure and sustainable digital future. And you must have the approach encompassing people, process, technology, and then the aspect of predictive, detective, responsive, and corrective. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradhan, for a valuable talk. Any questions from the audience?
How can we store the data or official document which is then going to be manipulated, is regulated from other persons? So not relevant to the organization or private organization, just like that. But so how can we protect the sort of thing from irregularity from the irrelevant object, a personnel, organization, department? So ideally,
I think, in my point of view, we should regularize or the network security policy in every organization. Because I think we are so much lacking, either in the government sector or in the private sector. So we are actually providing the loophole to the attacker, so they can penetrate easily. And if Farzan, you can.
thank you, that question you gave. Again, I would like to use the aspect of people process technology. In terms of technology, there are tools that we can use to prevent and ensure that to prevent unauthorized tampering of documents. For example, using blockchain to verify, to ensure that there is no tampering of the document. There's also a software tool, for example, they call it DLP, data leakage prevention. If you don't want to ensure that the document stays secure within, for example, a government organization, that somebody cannot just simply email a document to your Yahoo or Gmail or using WhatsApp for highly secure top secret documents, for example. So there are tools to do that. In terms of process, I think the brother mentioned, we need to have proper SOPs, policies to ensure that these things are prevented. And people, we need to have training and awareness to tell them that do not do this kind of thing, or they might be penalized. They might be, you might have to have laws in terms of processing. You might have SOPs in your organization, or you might have a national law. So that if you leak a document, in Malaysia we have Act, I'm sure Pakistan have as well, which is highly
Thank you. One, I think, yes.
So I have a question that what role does AI and machine learning play in the what role does AI and machine learning play in the certificate of cybersecurity? I'm saying that like what तो AI और machine learning जो वो क्या roles आते हैं जब हमारे पास कोई cyber attacks आ जाए या वो आ जाए तो वो क्या उसमें roles sophisticated roles
Fazlan? I think you are asking about the role of AI in machine learning. What about the laws?
Okay, I'll try to answer both. In fact, in terms of AI being used, now we see more and more AI being used to create deep fakes. There are some cases of, sometimes, I'm not sure in Pakistan, but in Malaysia, it does happen. You get a phone call and you just say, hello, hello, hello. The attacker recording your voice, and then they're using AI to create fake messages using your voice, and then they use your voice to contact your family, your co-workers, to fool them. And there's been cases in Hong Kong that a finance manager, he attended a fake online meeting. His boss, his colleagues were all in that so-called online Zoom call, but they were all fake AI. And the finance manager was convinced to transfer, I think, 250,000 US dollars because he was fooled from the AI. We're talking about laws. In the EU, they have already come out with the AI law, I think a couple of months ago, the EU AI Act 2022, but the enforcement, I think was passed this year, but the actual enforcement, I think in 2026, I believe there's a timeline. It's not, sometimes in laws, you enact it now, but the enforcement could be, they give you some grace period. So currently there are the EU AI Act, there are, I think there are about three or four levels of risk. Some low risk that you don't have to do any verification, but at higher types of AI, if, for example, you are using people's faces, biometrics, you need to get independent assessment whether or not this AI can be deployed. So there are some pros and cons there, but these are sort of acts. So in Malaysia, we have come up with the AI governance and ethics guideline. Yeah, it's not an act yet, but there are some discussions in government whether there's a need to adopt the EU AI Act, similar to what Europe is doing.
Because
and my second question is that do you believe, like there was a speaker who talked about the 5G security. So I just want to ask that do you believe that 5G can be used for the future chips, the quantum chips which will be coming in the future? Do you believe that this will be used for that? This can manage their security?
Quantum material, but in terms of safety, 5G, my understanding, because I'm not technical in 5G, but my understanding is that you can choose the type of algorithm to be used in the communication between the base station and the terminals. And definitely the algorithm that to be used needs to be resistant to quantum computing effects.
I think, in my opinion, 5G is playing a very effective role regarding the effective implementation of the algorithm with respect to the security there. as the artificial intelligences have the pros and cons there, like the phishing attack, some malware attack there. And now the people are affecting through the deepfake technology that is generated through the AI there. Someone is calling you that your parents is calling there, but actually your parent is not there. So one last question there, please, sir. If you have any further question, then on a tea break there.
Assalamualaikum. Vikas Ali is here, President of the Human Development and Peace Organization. My question is just relevant to the any Pakistani representative right here. That would be not just limited to the Mr. Aslan. Might be you could answer me. I am one of the victim of the online marketing, which we can call that कि किसी ने मुझसे इंटरनेट के थ्रू स्कैम किया है, ठीक है? And that was a kind of Shopify account they have offered me to be, you have to choose this kind of this strategy, or at the end you will earn such sort of amount. Believe me, within 1 week, they scammed me for 7.5 million. I knocked the door of FIA, which is one of the most responsible institution to encounter the cyber terrorism. Okay. But unfortunately, it's been around 10 months, but there is zero response. I am one of the victims. At the end, someone told me, वो बंदा किसी इंडिया से belong कर रहा होगा. We don't know who he is. या वो कौन है, पूरी टीम काम कर रही है या वो अकेला बंदा काम कर रही है या कर रही है. We don't know about that. So, is there any law to recover my amount from someone who has scammed me? क्योंकि मैं तो ठीक है, ऑनलाइन अकाउंट्स तो सबके होते हैं, ये मेरे साथ है. आज मैं इस इंटरनेशनल फोरम पे बैठा हूँ, बहुत सारे मेरे बहन भाई हैं जिनके साथ ये हो रहे हैं. मैं अपनी एक बहन के साथ में ना, वो रो रही थी, उनके पास कोई फोरम नहीं था. तो माय क्वेश्चन इज, ये जो इंटरनेशनल फोरम है विच इज हाईलाइटिंग द साइबर सिक्योरिटी, तो मेरी अमाउंट को रिकवर करने के लिए FIA के पास तो सर कोई दरवाजा नहीं है. ये जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म है, राइदर मलेशिया, राइदर उज्बेकिस्तान या एनी अदर कंट्री, do they survive their own citizen in kind of schemes or not?
In Pakistan, we have the FIA there, and you already knocked the door of the FIA there. We have the security agencies in Pakistan, but they have some part of a limitation there. I think you have a call on the WhatsApp.
May I ask a simple question? Whether FIA has said that your complaint is rejected, or they have said that is under process? Application is in process. Okay, listen. The scam or the type of scam you have mentioned is a criminal offense, and it is attracted by different sections of the PICA, particularly online financial fraud. So, or even if somebody has used, because I was trying to listen to you carefully but could not understand the whole content of your conversation. If your identity was misused, then it is also identity theft as well. As far as the entertainment process of the complaint is concerned, FIA cybercrime has 122 investigators, right? And we receive 150,000 complaints annually. So every person in FIA who is investigator has at least, bare minimum, 60 to 100 cases which he must process simultaneously. So there can be there, but there is they are not saying that that is humanly not possible for any individual. According to FIA standards, there must be maximum 10 cases simultaneously for an investigator to process it, to investigate it. But in FIA cybercrime, there are even 100 cases per investigator simultaneously.
So you can imagine the workload is 10 times greater than the maximum threshold of FIA. So delay is a possible, but that is not legal, it is illegal. Your amount will be recovered, time will be taken, you must have patience due to the given limitation. Yes. नहीं देखिए नहीं प्रॉपरली देखिए ना मैं आप फर्स्ट करें आप क्या क्या सेक्शन है आपका आप क्या करते हैं मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ मैं आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ इसी हाल में अगर 3 बंदे बोलेंगे तो हो सकता है मैं बात समझ जाऊं अगर 20 बंदे साइमल्टेनियसली बोलेंगे तो मुझे समझ ही कुछ नहीं आएगा मेरी नेचुरल लिमिटेशंस है अगर एक बंदे के ऊपर वर्कलोड 10 कंप्लेंट का होना चाहिए एक टाइम पर उसको 100 दे दें तो वो रिस्पॉन्ड कहाँ से करेगा ये मेरे कंट्रोल में नहीं है कि मैं वो बंदे पैदा करूँ या FIA के भी कंट्रोल में नहीं है वो स्टेट का काम है कि उनको वो मैन पावर दे जो रिक्वायर्ड है अब स्टेट को हम कंपेल नहीं कर सकते रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते तो हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं अगर रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता तो हम क्या करें जस्ट टेल मी
So, I think we conclude today's session and tea is ready for you and please try to reach tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.